So good morning, everyone. It's very nice to see you all. My name is Tuscany Bell, and I'm responsible for the energy, waste, and water sectors at EPSU. I guess you all know EPSU through the project. So it's really nice to welcome you all here in Brussels, including those of you that have braved the strikes, also those that have just come from nearby, and of course those who are online as well. We're very happy to have you all here. So this meeting brings together researchers, trade unionists, and allies from across our network to reflect on the results of the Seesaw project, and more importantly, to look ahead and think what we can do with the results of the project. So, as we all know, collective bargaining is under pressure across Europe, given the political context. But this is even more visible in Central and Eastern Europe, where in many cases the foundations for meaningful social dialogue are very weak or underdeveloped. Public service workers in the region face persistent challenges, including low wages, staff shortages, underinvestment, shrinking public administrations, and increasing precarity, especially in sectors like care and municipal services and waste. So the unions themselves are often navigating an uphill battle with limited resources, low membership rates, and sometimes with even hostility from employers and from public authorities. And in this context, the Minimum Wage Directive presented a new development and some hope, in particular, Article 4, which for the first time created a legal obligation on member states to promote collective bargaining. And this is something that EPSU and our affiliates fought hard for. And now it's up to all of us to translate the legal framework into real progress. However, you may all be aware of the ongoing court case, which presents new challenges to this. And unfortunately, I have nothing to say on that other than we have to wait and see the outcome of that court case. But we're not talking about that today. That's not the focus of this meeting. This event is part of the work of the project, and it marks an important step in our broader work to strengthen collective bargaining in Europe, and especially in Central and Eastern Europe. The Seesaw project was set up with a very clear goal: to better understand the state of collective bargaining in public services in Central and Eastern European countries, and to identify what's needed to support stronger, more inclusive, and more effective bargaining systems. So the project looked at three sectors that are both strategic but also very vulnerable. Long-term care, where the workforce is underpaid and very undervalued. Municipal waste management, which suffers from a lot of privatization, fragmentation, and outsourcing. And central public administration, where dialogue is often weak or politicized. And the project's not just a research exercise, it's also part of our response to the EU Minimum Wage Directive, and in particular Article 4, which calls on member states to take concrete steps to increase collective bargaining coverage, especially where it falls below 80%, which I think we can say is in the vast majority of countries in Central and Eastern Europe, especially in the sectors that we're looking at. So what's been done so far in the project? Well, over the last 2 years, our research and project partners have produced comparative studies, sectoral policy papers, and a set of clear recommendations which are practical, targeted, and grounded in reality. And these aren't just aimed at policymakers, they're above all meant to support trade unions and to help build stronger, more equal collective bargaining across Europe. And so the purpose of today is a round table to reflect together on the recommendations that have come out of the project. Because the recommendations provide us with a solid basis for taking forward a political initiative on collective bargaining in Central and Eastern Europe. And of course, the recommendations aren't set in stone at this point. They're a blueprint and a direction and a framework that we can build on together. And so that's the aim of today, to discuss what resonates, identify what's missing, and shape collective approach as to how we move forward as unions and as a wider movement. So we're going to hear from researchers, from national trade unions and other European trade union federations, and later today we'll also hear from the European Commission. And we want this to be an opportunity to share experiences, to bring forward concerns, and to test the ideas that we've come up with in a kind of realistic and honest way, in order to make sure that the collective bargaining in those countries works better for all. So let's not forget the context that we find ourselves in. This is quite a difficult moment politically for trade unions, and especially in many Central and Eastern European countries. Unions are facing a shrinking space for social dialogue, weak enforcement of their agreements, and limited, if at all, support from national governments. And in too many cases, sectoral bargaining simply doesn't exist. So as I said, it's not the purpose of today, but we're awaiting the decision of the court case on the minimum wage directive, which will be delivered on the 11th of November. And that will basically say if the directive has to be transposed at all or if it will be wiped. But I think regardless of the outcome of that court case, the results from the project and the findings and the recommendations are still very useful and can still be put into practice. Because at the same time, we're also seeing inspiring examples of resistance, renewal, and innovation, where unions are finding new ways to organize, bargain, and to win. And so we need to learn from those efforts and act collectively to close the gap in collective bargaining rights across Europe. So, just before we move on to the next speaker, I would like to end by thanking the research team and the project partners for their commitment and their insights. Also, obviously, all my colleagues in EPSU, including Milos, who has been leading for us, but he's not here right now, but he'll be here later. Samantha is here, and also Nadia from the public administration sector. And of course, all of you, the trade union representatives, for being here, being online, and for all the work that you do to defend workers' rights. So I hope today's discussions are useful and interesting for you all, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tuscany, for this great welcome. I wanted to welcome you all on behalf of the Institute of Public Affairs, which was the leader of the CEECAW project. I'm really honored that we having this roundtable in Brussels here today. And first of all, I wanted to start with a big thank you to all the partners, especially to EPSU, who is the host of today's meeting and obviously played a key role in supporting all the partners in conducting research and also other activities. I will tell a little bit more about those activities. Obviously, the project would not be the same without the partners. So I wanted to thank all the partners for the participation, for the great input, for the great involvement in the research study, but also for organizing all the activities within the project. And what I wanted to stress also is that we wanted to focus in the CEECAW project on the Central European perspective. And it is not that often that we have the opportunity to analyze the perspective of unions from the Eastern countries, including some candidate EU countries. And we, as the Institute of Public Affairs, decided to do that, to focus on that region, because we are convinced, we see that the voice from the Eastern unions is not heard enough in the European debate. And also there's a long list of barriers and reasons why it is so. But through this project, we wanted to fill this gap and to make this voice more present in the European debate, in order to put some balance in the EU discussions, both among trade union federations and also in the social dialogue that takes place at the EU level. That's why I'm really proud of the results of the project because I think the goals of presenting the Eastern Voice has been achieved, and I'm really honored to present those results of our project. So let me start with presenting. The key objectives and activities within the CISO project to present the whole way that we went in the last 24 months. I've prepared a presentation. I hope that you'll be able to see it in a while. All right, I've put it in a full screen mode. So again, all right, it should be okay now. Great. So, as Tuscany already said, the main objective of the CISO project was to focus on collective bargaining for the most, mainly in the context of the Adequate Minimum Wage Directive, Article 4, which is seen as an opportunity to revitalize, reinvigorate industrial relations systems in many countries, not only in the region but in whole Europe. We all know that collective bargaining systems experience a lot of difficulties, a lot of problems, a lot of barriers, and therefore we wanted to see how the possibility to reform those systems in Central Eastern European countries may may be implemented, right? We focused on all the full group of those countries, namely all Central European countries that are members of the European Union, plus Serbia, which is a candidate country. We focused on care, central public administration, and waste collection sectors due to various reasons, mostly due to the fact that collective bargaining is not that much developed in especially care and waste collection sectors. We wanted to check and see what are the possibilities to change the situation. The partners represented the following countries, as you can see on the slide, namely Bulgaria, Lithuania, Poland, Serbia, and Slovakia. Again, wanted to thank you all for your great participation and the enormous work that you've done. So Institute of Public Affairs with the leading role, EPSU as the EU level partner supporting us in all research activities and also other elements of the project. CEECAW that covered three countries actually, not only Slovakia, because it's a Slovakia, but Bratislava-based organization, but also the organization covered Czechia and Hungary. Lithuania Center for Social Sciences, as well as Institute of Philosophy and Psychology from Bulgarian Academy of Science, and Serbian partner Center for Democracy Foundation. There was also an associated partner, which is a Polish trade union representing workers in healthcare and social services sectors. But due to the fact it's easy to count that the partnership did not cover all the countries within the region, so we invited also several experts from the remaining countries. That is Croatia, Estonia, Latvia, Romania, and Slovenia, and that made our sample full, if I may say so. And all of that within 24 months, starting from the 1st of November 2023 until this month, so the end of October 2025. So the core of the project was the research study. Focusing on working conditions and collective bargaining within those three sectors, plus cross-sectoral study on developments in terms of collective bargaining and the possibilities to transpose the directive and reform the industrial relations systems within the region. What are the outputs? They are quite impressive, to be honest. At least this impresses me, myself. So 48 national reports, per 4 reports per country, which were summarized by 4 comparative reports, sectoral reports, plus this cross-sectoral analysis. We didn't stop there. We also prepared some recommendations for policy papers, also structured sectoral wise. And there is also a web page of the project. I hope I will be able to show it to you. I see it on my computer and here. Not yet. No, so probably I will not be able to show it to you, but I will circulate the presentation later on. There is a link. If you want to click the link, you will see the web page. Let me just come back to the presentation. Okay, here it is. All right. So obviously, the research study was the core of the project in order to delve deeper into the analysis of the situation on the ground. Because as we all know, as researchers, there is definitely much less known of the Central European context as compared to the Western European context. So our big hope is to shed a light on what is going on there and to provide some more details. And I'm quite convinced that there's a lot of information in the national reports and also in the comparative reports. So if you wish to learn more about that specific region, the CEECAW project is there to provide us information, right? So we didn't stop with organizing the research study. We organized also 4 collective bargaining boost workshops in Belgrade, Bratislava, Sofia, Vilnius, and Warsaw between October 2024 and May 2025. These were workshops addressed to trade unions mostly, in order to exactly discuss the results of the study, discuss the prospects of transposition of the directive, and to create better ties also between national level and the European level, because we know that this is something that is malfunctioning right now due to various reasons. So what we wanted to achieve is to strengthen the ties between European level and national levels, and also to embed EPSU in those countries. So that's why EPSU representatives attended all those workshops, which was a great effort from your side, and I think it was appreciated by the unions. And I hope it will be a good reference point for further cooperations with the national unions there. We organized also 4 scientific seminars. They were held online, unlike the workshops which were held face to face in the countries. And they were addressed mostly to academic community, but also to other experts, representatives of peak level trade union organizations at both national and EU level. And they took place between April and June 2025. Um, these were open meetings, right? So they were supported with quite fancy posters that you can see here. And then we've put a lot of effort to disseminate the results of the project, all the outputs of the project, So we launched 3 editions of newsletters. The newsletters are available on the website as well. You can have you can see the link and click the link to read the newsletters to understand what is going on in the project. We've prepared also for video recordings, all available in 6 language versions. And we disseminated it through our social media profiles, and they are present also on our website. So I hope that it will allow to reach out to wider audience, right? But because not many people maybe would be interested in reading full reports, but definitely they will learn about the project and possible written outputs from those videos. And today we are meeting for the roundtable, which is a cumulative event in the project to summarize the conclusions and to discuss the next steps. So I wanted to thank you all for being here, for coming here, for being online as well. And yeah, then I pass the floor to Sławek, who's going to tell a little bit more about exactly the conclusions and the recommendations that we produced. Thank you very much.
Okay, dear colleagues, thank you, Dominic, for introduction. This will be a brief presentation intended to serve as starting point for further discussions. The outline of our project was simple: to examine social dialogue in 3 different sectors that are essentially under the direct and indirect control of public authorities, central or local governments in Central and Eastern Europe. To make this vision more realistic, we added a study on the state of play as regards of collective bargaining, justified by emergence of new EU directive, as you know, which for the first time obliged public authorities to promote collective bargaining, rather than merely recognizing its existence. Let's start. You may ask why COs appear on this title slide. This is because they are an example of cooperation and mutual support, even in the face of an inevitable future. You could see it on the future, which was taken 2 days ago in Ardennes mountains. They support each other, even though they are of different breeds. Yeah? We do not hide that it should be some kind of inspiration for trade unions of different mentalities and different approaches. So this is some kind of starting point, and please don't laugh. Don't laugh. We should cooperate each other. And next slide, please. Let's move us to the as far as the project it was explained by Dominic. We have a dozen or so researchers interviewed approximately 60 participants, experts in social dialogue from Central and Eastern Europe, which was, in the addition, we had also desk research. And as a research result, we had 38 partial national reports, collective bargaining, care, central administration waste, and we had also 4 comparative reports and 4 policy papers, which are approached towards the future. So this is very important. This what we see in these policy papers. Could we go? Yes, and what we see, it's obvious that situation of industrial relations in all post-communist countries is very difficult. This has been confirmed by our research. In practice, there is no sectoral level of collective bargaining. So this level which promotes the creation of workers' solidarity. This is due to many reasons. The past is deeply ingrained in the bloodstream of politicians, including those who are currently in power, and also those who previously opposed the communist regime. This is some kind of mentality. In general, one gets the impression that the current political elites in Central and Eastern Europe fear organized trade union negotiation power. I think this is true. This is particularly noticeable in the public sector. However, trade unions, on the other hand, prefer to rely on rigid legal regulations rather than collective bargaining. An example of this is that in the most of the cases we studied, trade unions focused, implementation of minimum wage directive. Trade unions focused primarily on regulations concerning binding setting of minimum wages rather than on promoting collective labor agreements. This is not optimistic outcome, and I think that such approach must change. And in our research, we dealt, next slide, we dealt with three public, some kind of subsectors, each with its own specific characteristics. Central administration, which is completely dependent on the hierarchical state management structure. Social care, which is largely delegated to the local authorities, and waste management, which is somewhere in between, with local authorities being responsible for it, but transnational corporations increasingly getting involved, mainly from Western Europe. So it's very interesting for us. And our experts have prepared recommendations based on the analysis of national studies, but we are pleased that these recommendations will be discussed in this next panel's discussions. Here is only a preliminary analysis, which will be developed, I hope, will be developed further. So let's start with just, for example, let's start with care workers. What we see, diagnosis. Why care are in a crisis? It's underfunding, low wages offer near the minimum in many of our countries, staff shortages, and aging workforce. So there is a lot of risks concerning workload, emotional labor, aggression exposure, bailing, and weak respect for care work. And as in any other situations, we have also weak industrial relations, low union density, fragmented bargaining. So limited added value from existing collective bargaining. So there is really, we can see that care sector is in crisis in these countries. So what can be the agenda? Support locals from above. From above, I mean from above structures of the trade unions. Legal aid, training, shared clauses, networking, and public advocacy. So advocacy, accessibility of care to stable public financing, challenge policies that shift unpaid care to families. This is very important. As regards the European level, levers from European level, it's important that we have established a few months ago social dialogue sectoral social dialogue committee. It's very, very important, and it should be served as some kind of network for trade unions in care to share practices and standardize expectations on dialogue. And I think that we need some kind of joint branding, EPSU, social employers, employers organization in CMR, plus national partners to present social service as an attractive employer and live standards in private providers. This is issue of key importance because of demography, because we need the care workers as many as it is possible, and they have be uh, uh, they have provided by necessary standards, which is not take come which is not the case just now, and we have to bear in mind that uh, now this sector is being privatized because multinational companies from Western Europe entering the Eastern European countries. So this means that we need more and more social dialogue now. Yeah, this is care sector. Yeah, uh, central public administration recommendations. This is very specific sector, as you probably know. We have we can see the aging, fragmentation of the workforce, and succession challenges to what that are new entrants. This is sector uh, which is some kind of politicization because still the civil service is weak. Standards of civil service is weak. It depends on the changing of political power. So this is a problem. The next issue is related to digitalization, which is addressed to this sector, but without any kind of social dialogue. A government rollout lacks bargaining. So, and we have also the issue of legal limits on association, on the right to association or right to collective bargaining. This is a real problem because in many countries the civil servants do not have the right to collective bargaining. So what could be national strategy? Still coming back to this directive, Article 4 of the directive, push governments to adopt credible national action plans to raise coverage in this sector. So, and challenge the legal restriction on association and collective bargaining and strike rights. Consider collective compliance to the, for example, to European Committee of Social Rights. So be active in this. And what is also important, bargain the digital transition. This is very important in this sector. Workload, staffing, training, career paths. So trade unions in this sector should be involved in this digital transition. At European level, I think from EPSU, we can expect some kind of capacity building, bolster trade unions from this region resources and bargaining capacities and stronger voice in this. In we have also we have social dialogue sectoral committee here. So stronger voice in this forum to push for some kind of priorities. And of course, the issue of rebranding of public services, attractive employers to set standards of the wider labor market. But this, what I said, we should, it was in this possible to use the existing social dialogue sectoral committee. Yes. And next we have the no, just a moment. What we have? Waste management. Yes, waste management. Why the waste sector matters? It's obvious. I probably because it is core for the achieving the the goals of circular economy: collection, sorting, recycling, repair, and these workers remain invisible, at least in Central and Eastern Europe. And additionally, this work is accompanied by high risk, low pay, biological, chemical exposure, unstable contracts, long subcontracting chains. This is important. Of course, weak industrial relations. This is typical for all subsectors in this. So, and it's very important that not only for trade unions, but the future of the economy, because without rebuilding social dialogue and collective bargaining in the sector, circular economy goals will not be met, or it will be met at the expense of job quality in this sector. So this is very important. This is the part that this is the part of this climate challenge. This is this what is called Green Deal, and what can we do? Probably there are some simple solutions which are related to, for example, public procurement, social clauses in public procurement. I think it would be good step towards, and supply chain transparency, and also monitoring at the job quality indicators, stability, collective bargaining. So to try to stabilize and improve the quality of the standards of work in this sector. And I think it's very important to try to establish sectoral social dialogue structure. There is no sectoral social dialogue structure in any countries which we studied. So I think it would be good direction to try to establish sectoral social dialogue structure to discuss with employers, because employers are different in this sector. We have municipalities, I mean local authorities, but we also have multinationals which will provide this kind of services. So this is very important to try to establish some kind of stable social dialogue sectoral structures. So of course, and this what I said, identify subcontractors and the gap, because there are many subcontractors in this subsector. Of course, obey to occupational health and safety and seal standards, common risk catalogs. But I think the most important issue is to try to establish some kind of social dialogue structure in this very, very dispersed sector. And so we had these three sectors, and maybe the final in what to do in order to revitalize collective bargaining in Central and Eastern Europe. I I look at Torsten. He's smiling. He knows this very well, but this is true. Coordination. Trade unions should strengthen coordination between their organizational level, developing negotiating skill, and engage young and non-standard workers. Coordination and engage more workers. Sectoral collective agreements. This is crucial. This is crucial for our region. Sectoral collective agreements do not exist practically in our region, and they should be promoted and incentives for employers created. For example, through public procurement. And what? Of course, we expect that member states should effectively implement Article 4 of the Minimum Wage Directive. And it's very easy to push them to expand dialogue in the public sector, because in many cases the state is employer, direct or not direct. Of course, we know we still wait for 11th of November, but nevertheless, when we're really judging of European Court of Justice, no, but I think nevertheless of this we should push for state to actively engage in developing collective bargaining. And I think this what was important from our studies. It's crucial to jointly build a positive image of collective bargaining as a tool for modern labor relations. Because I have a feeling that we lost this. Young people do not understand what does it mean collective bargaining. You should start from the beginning. And yes, I don't know whether I have something to add. Maybe.
Last sentences.
Oh yes, of course. Last sentence. This is about adequate minimum wage directive is crucial, even if it will be contested by the European Court of Justice. This is some case enumerations. You can read this. We have no time to discuss issue. Maybe we'll discuss later, and not provocative for you. For the end, I think that we finish with this nice picture. Yes, solidarity forever. This is what can join us. Thank you.
This is the message. All right, thank you very much for the presentations, Sławek. Yeah, so that was the opening panel, and now I want to invite the moderator of the first panel, which will focus on the challenges for public services in Central European region. That is Jan Czarzasty, and please also the speakers, the panelists, please come to the front.
Yes.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. I was pre-introduced, I think, by Dominic. So let me just repeat that. My name is Jan Czarzasty. I am the expert working with the Institute of Public Affairs for a very long time. And in this project, we're not finished yet, so I have been responsible for one of the specific sectors that we're covering, specifically the central public administration. But today I will have a pleasure to chair this panel, which focuses on all the sectors, but from a special perspective, because our aim is to discuss and reflect based on the findings from the project on the challenges that public services in the countries in focus, all 12 countries that have been participating and covered by the project, the public services are facing. And I will start with a short presentation. Yeah, looks like it is necessary because otherwise I'm not going to reach it. And thank you for switching it off. Okay, now I hope it is going to work as it should. So challenges for public services in the Central and Eastern Europe, based on the findings from the CEECAW project, and I don't want to take a lot of time because actually our main part of this panel other voices to be delivered by our panelists. And yeah, before I proceed to my presentation, maybe it's a good idea actually to introduce those who are with us in person and those who are joining online, because this panel has a hybrid form, just like the entire conference. So let me start with those who are here with me. So next to me, we have Samantha Ho, representing EPSU, our partner in the project. Then we have Danica Zenajova, right? Representing the Trade Union of Healthcare and Social Services in Slovakia. Thanks to presence of Danica, we're going to have a chance to have a more specific view of one of the countries, participating. And online, we have Inga Błaziene and Ramune Głobaite from Lithuania. That's a bit unfortunate that they cannot be with us in person today, but due to some, well, transportation problems yesterday, they are today they are in Vilnius, but they are with us, and I'm sure it does not going to make their intervention any worse. Then finally, last but not least, we have with us Dziesisława Janajeva, representing the Confederation of Labor Podkrepa from Bulgaria, the oldest independent trade union confederation in Bulgaria, and one of the few that existed or emerged, during the times of the communist system breaking down. So we're gonna proceed as follows. As I said already, I will just show you a very few slides and which is going to take about 10 minutes, I hope. And then we will proceed to a discussion. There is a set of questions that I will ask our participants who kindly agreed to respond to them. I sent it out before, so with a view of letting them or giving them a chance to prepare. My presentation, as you can see, let's move on. The basics of the project, the basic or background information, I don't think there is a much need to repeat after Sławek, who spoke about this in very detail and shed light on what our aims were and what we have achieved in general. Let me just reiterate that the findings are based on the combination of the field research done by our researchers in all 12 countries and desk research as well. So it is a very good, decent, solid work combining different methods. And I can honestly say that the reports that have emerged as a result, they have a very good quality also in academic terms. So I really encourage you all, those who are present with us in the room and those who are online and everybody else, you can pass the news to have a look at the website of the project and get yourself acquainted with the output that is well, the result of a hard work of 24 months. Moving on, what are first maybe the general problems that are common for all sectors, that is central public administration, or CPA in short, waste management and social care. What we have identified in most or all the countries are, I think they are hardly surprising, what you can see here. Understaffing, which is a consequence of underfunding. The roots, of course, of the problem may vary and are country specific, but there are some common traces. It is in some countries, it used to be the austerity measures dating back to the previous big or large global crisis of 2008 and the years after. In general, it was also the consequence of the dominant logic of the neoliberal regulatory state. Again, there are, of course, country variations here, but this is a lasting legacy. I think we can safely say this lasting legacy of the 1980s and the course of the socioeconomic and political transformations that began back then, and despite corrections, of course, revisions, sometimes even shifts in course, like the general undertone and the general narrative of what the role of the state, what the role of the public sector and public services are, they have been proved really resilient, and that's not really a pessimistic conclusion. Underfunding, which leads to understaffing, leads further, that's logic, to increased work intensity and overload, which translates, next step, to deteriorating job or work quality, something that Sławek mentioned in his opening presentation. So we do have a serious problem with, let's say, psychosocial dimension of working conditions. But besides psychosocial dimension of working conditions, there is arguably more important dimension, which relates to the core issues of industrial relations and collective bargaining. So we're talking, besides working time, about wages. And the wages, due to underfinancing, due to austerity measures imposed in a number of countries, they are generally low. Public sector, that's very unfortunate, we may say, have lost its appeal as an attractive employer. This is something that used to be that used to exist, a number of years ago, back in the 1990s, especially during the turbulent times of the transformation. Public sector was considered to be a safe haven. Maybe it didn't pay very well, but it wasn't, like the wages weren't dramatically low. But at least it offered relatively stable working and employment conditions. Yeah, first and foremost, employment conditions. It is not longer the case. The ongoing marketization of public services, especially social services, I think care is a very prominent case to illustrate this. And I'm not, my statement here is not based just on the findings from this project, but from the previous research that not only I was involved with, not only our institute, the IPA was involved with, but more generally. The marketization of public services, ongoing privatization, liberalization, deregulation, it all have left mark. There are more recent challenges that are emerging due to this rapid technological change, which is a source of disruptive social changes and innovations. They are certainly posed by digitalization and automation. Of course, there are like two sides of the coin, because on the one hand, we are all afraid, not just, employees of the sectors in focus, but we are all afraid to different degrees of this technological unemployment on the rise. Okay, it's nothing new. It's been a recurring feature of each wave of industrial revolution. Hopefully, it is going to end this time the same as it was before. Each industrial revolution produced, the positive net effect on the jobs, but we cannot say so. On the one thing, automation and digitalization reduces the number of jobs. On the other hand, there is a problem of adaptation of the current workforce to it, especially those representing the older generations of workers. And finally, okay, last but not least, weak and inefficient social dialogue, weak or sometimes even missing totally collective bargaining and low levels of union density. Those are the fundamental problems for trade unions that are directly affecting their prospects and perspectives for the future. So moving on, in the CPA, it is the specific problems like politicization, limitations on collective bargaining and strike rights. This is something that we should take into consideration. Very interesting situation. I mean, I am being responsible for this part, for this sector. I have found it really intriguing, and this is actually, one of my questions that public administration has a relatively high capacity of veto power, because it provides, just like care and waste as well. I mean, it delivers essential services. So this is the case of essential workers, even if there are controversies whether officially they are recognized as such or not. But let's face it, I mean, they are essential workers in more to more or to smaller or bigger degree. Yet, sometimes due to limitations imposed by law, this veto power cannot really be fully utilized. So I think this is maybe not necessarily a challenge, but a thing that we should definitely discuss today. Speaking about social care, we have violation of workers' rights. We have low occupational prestige. That's the point, often associated, unfortunately, these days with working for the public sector and public services as well. It is not just about social care. It is about education. It is about working for judiciary, police, and any other branch of the public administration, you name it. I mean, it is a common problem. In some sectors, maybe more visible, in some less, but it is an issue because, you don't even see that compensation effect. I mean, low wages, this is the classical narrative. Okay, there is a material dimension of work and material dimension of social structure, but then there is also this cultural dimension. And then we talk about occupational prestige. And it seems, unfortunately, that there is not much of this occupational prestige left. Of course, it is also country specific. I must underline this. Social dialogue, unsatisfactory, unionization and collective bargaining coverage low. Well, unfavorable working conditions due not only to the external pressures, but also to, let's say, the problems and risks that are posed by the people in care. Okay, it has been mentioned quite a lot in many national reports. This is a specific aspect of the situation in the care sector that I think should be highlighted. Waste management. Well, there are some specific issues. Some of them Sławek talked about. It's a question of the green transition because, yes, there is a paradox, I think, that we are talking about a green transition and in our minds it is associated with something clean. But on the other hand, I mean, the jobs associated and important for the process of green transitions moving forward, they are often dirty jobs. Let's face it, they're not clean. And waste management obviously provides the perfect illustration, I think, to that. So this is also a sector where you can find a lot of precarious work. A lot of migrants, and I'm speaking about precarious work. It is even the presence of shadow economy. Well, that's kind of obvious and it's hard to be avoided, but it is a problem that needs to be acknowledged and I think addressed in one way or the other. however possible, of course. Yeah, so those were my opening comments, and now I would like to move on to our main course, which is the discussion, and I will give the floor to our eminent participants. We are going to run this part in the following way. There is a set of questions that, like I said, I have distributed before, so you are all familiar with them. I have two general questions which I would like everyone actually to respond to in one way or the other. Of course, it is up to you entirely how. I will open the discussion, with one of them, with the first one, and closed with the other one. In the meantime, or in between, there are some specific questions that I have prepared for specific participants. So let's move on to this. I just need to have a look at it. Okay, just a technical question, because I know that you, Samantha, have your presentation, and
don't worry about it, because I think between you and Slovak, you've covered pretty much everything.
Okay.
So I can just talk through it.
All right.
Because we've
Good, perfect.
We've intersected quite a lot. So.
As you wish.
I'm cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the first question, which I would like everybody to reply to, is as follows. What are the prospects for the presentation?
Dominic, I will bother with
No. Samantha said she didn't.
But I'll close the presentation here as well.
We can see.
Okay, so we can see our participants. I can see that Desislava is here, Ramuna is here, and Inga is here as well. Then we have Janina participating here. We can see her online. Okay, so the first question is, what are the prospects for the public sector across Europe as the poly crisis continues? In the circumstances, let me just sketch the background. In the circumstances of warfare economy emerging and growing pressures on public finances, it is likely that public services may suffer from expenditure cuts affecting directly or indirectly employees. So the question is, what could trade unions do to counteract it? So maybe we'll start with Samantha.
Okay.
Have a mic. No, that's good.
Yep. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd just like to say thank you to the organisers for arranging this today and for inviting us to speak, and particularly for inviting me to speak on behalf of the care workers in the care sector. I work in EPSU in the health and social services sector, but I have a specific role, responsibility for care, which is basically long-term care and early childhood education and care. So to answer your first question, Jan, I think it's important that we highlight that safe, quality, affordable and accessible care is fundamental to a well-functioning society. That full stop. We have to start with that premise. We have to invest in the care sector to improve its resilience. I think the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated very, very clearly how years of underfunding, austerity measures, staff cuts, staff shortages, it showed just how precarious that sector is now. There was a lot of suffering in the social care sector during the pandemic. Many staff died. I know many nurses and doctors also died. But care was the second sort of tier that was provided with the necessary protection during COVID, and consequently, many of the care workers suffered or died, and also the care recipients as a result. So in order to what the unions can do to help counteract this is through social dialogue. We now have a specific sectoral social dialogue committee for social services. It was established in July of 2023. We had our first meeting in December of 2023. So we have now been functioning as a social dialogue committee for 2 years. This is our second plenary meeting that is coming up in November of this year. And we have already signed a framework of actions on retention and recruitment in social services with the social employers. And our first action at this plenary will be to start implementation of that framework of actions, which includes the topics of collective bargaining and social dialogue. We also have to promote the fact that care and early childcare and long-term care are horizontal enablers for the participation of women in the economic society. They need safe and accessible and quality care facilities in order for them to be able to participate economically. We know that in mainly care that is undertaken in the home is still done by women as well. So the other thing I think that unions must do is we must resist the rise of private actors. We must work hard to ensure that these private actors, which are already prevalent, I would say predators in the sector, are slowed, are stopped, are have some sort of restrictions put upon them, because the bigger the void, the less care we have, the more they are going to fill that void. So the less public services we offer, the more those private actors are going to come in and fill those gaps. And as trade unions, we have to work together to ensure that that doesn't happen. So certainly from the care perspective, that would be my response to that question.
Okay, thank you very much, Samantha. I fully subscribe to what you said, especially if we take into consideration the experiences of COVID, which sadly seems to have been forgotten.
Exactly.
That's why I deliberately put this notion of polycrisis. It's like we have all those new crises that have come, and all of a sudden it seems like COVID was 100 years ago or so, and it is not relevant at all for what we are dealing with today, which is totally untrue. I mean, it exposed, it bared all the problems that you said had a very deep roots, sometimes, like for instance, in the case of the UK, going back to the 1980s, I would say. Yeah, times, ages, decades of austerity, neglect, and really sidelining of public services, including care, which is essential in the age of this big demographic change, especially taking place in the European societies. So let me now just switch a little bit. So from this room, we will go online, and I would like Desisława to answer the same question. Can you hear us?
Yes. Good
Okay.
afternoon, everybody.
All right. So the virtual floor is yours then.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. It's my pleasure to be part from the project as part of Bulgaria Academy of Sciences team and as part of one of the nationally represented trade unions in Bulgaria, Podkarepa. As was mentioned before, the first democratic one in Bulgaria. I think that the first two questions are very imminently connected. And yes, the conclusions and result of our findings from all the reports, I think they could be summarized for almost all the public services, not just for these three sectors, but the main tendencies with underfinancing, with the lack of staffing, and the struggles of social dialogue and density for trade unionization, these conclusions could be spread more or less all over the public services, especially in Eastern Europe. And the short answer, how can these existing challenges to be faced and addressed to the unions, and what prospects this could be take as measures for future activities as trade unions? The short answers, I would say, increasing density and more work on legislation. But the tough answer, I think, will be how measuring the elements of social dialogue and how to establish performance indicators, standard indicators. So social dialogue is not that good functioning on regional and sectoral level like it is popular on national level. But it should be working as one network, and it should start from transnational level. So this is what I would first point out. On the second place, we don't measure the effectiveness of social dialogue. This is what's maybe the biggest challenge for all the trade unions as a partnership. Maybe we should raise this debate for quality and standards, because without key performance indicators in any process, it is impossible to measure effectiveness or to improve your own activities. And the directive that was mentioned for the minimum wages, it gives guidelines how we'll be guaranteeing fair wages through collective bargaining or mechanism for indexation of the minimum wages. So here it comes to the features in order to put the social dialogue on objective basis. Without features, we just can't move on. It should be very clear for the social partners, because if we would like to improve our work and face any kind of challenges, we should finally integrate the database evidence approach in the social dialogue. And let's see what the directive said and how can it be measurable, how to find these indicators, what to measure, what are the indicators. In Article 26 of the directive, for assessing the adequacy of minimum wages and timely updating it. And then we will come to the answer of the question how the mechanism for automatic indexation of wages will work. So let's take a look. On the first place, trade union work is defending of rights. It's defending of the person who is working. So in the center, in the core of the trade unionism, it should be the person and a human-centric approach. So if you would like to, how to say, generally to defend the labor rights, we should start from the elements of the social dialogue and how they could become measurable, the elements. From one side, we have the labor relation as the element of the object of social dialogue. From the other side, we have the security relations. And then on the third place, we have living standards. And this is what legislation said, three elements of social dialogue. So there, the economy is quite developed, so we just can pick a few indicators from the economy that is measured by the statistics and try to estimate their weight or just to measure them and monitoring them in time to start. And economically active population could be indicator for labor relations, because the people who are producing the GDP in any country or on European level, these are the people who are employed. This is one indicator possible. Then if we are talking about security relations, then we can measure it with demographic replacement rate, because this is the indicator that insurance burden shows, how heavy is it for every country. And living standards, of course, the cost of living, because the cost of living implements in itself the inflation. So we can debate on Article 33 of the directive about reliable monitoring and data collection, which are essential for the effective protection of the social rights. Only if we find out any conclusion as a social partnership and decide which are these reliable and which are these adequate indicators that could show us any kind of tendencies, and then to start the debate for standardization, the social dialogue, and dimensions of any kind of every kind of these indicators. But without that evidence-based approach integrated in the social dialogue, I think it's just researches and just reporting results, and nothing changes, because in most of the country of Europe, even in Eurozone, other countries, we have system of social dialogue that have been established years ago, but for instance, for Bulgaria, it's for sure, we have not integrated nothing from the digitalization and the technologies abilities to improve or to foster or to improve the social dialogue. We don't use the technology to be able to monitoring any kinds of data. So when we sit on the table with the employers and the government to say, okay, let's see how the figures last 6 months move and what could we improve in order to improve our work as a social partners. So the answer of the question, how can the limitation be addressed by trade union, is by integration the measurable indicators for protection.
Sorry, Desislava, this is the second question which will come actually.
Yes, they're very the same. Yes, but they are very the same.
I understand, but we need to give floor to the others. So I'm sorry actually for cutting you. We will come back to it because I totally agree, and that was my intention to actually to link those questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Going back to our room here, and the next speaker to take the floor will be Danica. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and tell something about the situation in Slovakia, Slovak Republic. In Slovakia, trade unions, employees, and I can say all inhabitants face to consolidation of public finances. The Slovak government on September announced without prior consultation with trade unions partner, the consolidation package. The consolidation package includes, for example, the increase of taxes, increase contribution to health insurance, and also two public holidays were cancelled, and especially it has a negative impact on public sector workers because the government announced the freezing of salaries of public sector workers. In Slovakia, the public sector workers are remunerated by salary scales. It is a mandatory manner of remuneration, and these salary scales are very very insufficient. Even the first four salary grades are under the minimum wage in Slovak Republic, and these workers in first four salary grades are only compensated to minimum wage. especially in social sector, but it is the next question. Many employees are remunerated or earns only the minimum wage. And even in this situation, the government announced the freezing the salary scales despite of the previous agreement on 5% increasement had been reached. But Slovak government doesn't maintain this previous agreement with Slovak trade unions. We consider this a serious violation of principles of social dialogue and Slovak Trade Union Confederation organized protest action on 30 September. Also, thank you, EPSU, for solidarity. In this protest, the representative of every public sector field presented their message. Our Slovak Trade Union of Healthcare and Social Services was represented by our new president Michal and also our trade union representative from care center provided a message about her very comforting job in care center. Trade union focus on mitigate or reduce the negative impact on of this announced consolidation package on employees and living standard of all inhabitants. In Slovak Republic, the trade union are obligated to comment draft law. So we use this right to prevent the legislative changes with negatively impact on people and employees. And also Trade Union Confederation submitted a draft of collective agreement of high level for all public workers. This collective agreement includes the increasement salary of 5% since 1st January and also collective agreement for public workers guaranteed the long stable benefits like shortened working hours and extra holiday.
Okay, so thank you very much, Danica, for this intervention. May I ask you to switch the mic off? So okay, it won't be, there won't be distortion. So finally, for the first question, I would like to ask our colleagues who are with us online. I don't know whether it is going to be Inga or Ramune who is going actually to speak on this, but it's up to you. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Jan. I'm happy to participate in the project and in this panel session. So I will answer, I will give our first input into the first question. So again, I come back a little bit to the part of the question where I would like to put an emphasis in the answer. So what could trade unions do to counteract decisions in a light of poly crisis? So while we can't say for sure what the future holds for the public sector, one thing is certain, it is essential. Services like healthcare, education, social support, and justice are the foundation of any functioning society, especially during the times of crisis and polycrisis. That's why we believe that public sector will not only survive, but become even more important. In this setting, I would like to answer to the question in this setting. Trade unions have a key role to play. Instead of simply saying no or counteracting changes, especially those that are necessary, unions should help to shape how changes happens. This means being actively, but not only, also proactively involved, taking part in discussions, making sure decisions are fair, well communicated to the society, and well focused on people, especially public sector workers. In Lithuania, we have already practiced in 2009 crisis and 2017 with the big changes of a labor market reform when decisions were made like cutting public expenditures and others, and trade unions were included in the process. And that helped to ensure not only political support, but also the decisions were not made behind the closed doors and were discussed openly with social partners and communicated better to society. We have platforms in Lithuania like Tripartite Council and parliamentary committees, direct talks with ministers and government. And unions in Lithuania, they use these tools. And these tools, again, I emphasize, are necessary not only to react to the decisions and reforms, but also to influence from the very start and to shape them. So looking ahead, most probably, I don't say this is a final list of the decisions or direction for decisions that a broader national agreements and social pact should be like rated, developed, and this practice are supported. It is important that workers who are asked to make sacrifices now, they need to know how should they or will they benefit later. A crisis or polycrisis should not lead to a lasting harm where it should include everybody, but especially after, when it's possible to recover some compensation to those who carried the most heavy weight should be put in place. And finally, I would like to say that this crisis and polycrisis we see also as a chance for trade unions to build a greater trust and support in society. In Lithuania, trust in unions, especially in private sector or in private sector more, is still low, but being active and constructive partners during the polycrisis, unions there's a chance for them to also rebuild a credibility and create a background for the future growth, also beyond the public sector. So to sum up, unions should more than resist, they should step up, take part, and help ensure that decisions made in these challenging times are not only effective, but also fair and focused on people. That is both their duty and their opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ramona. I must say that I really appreciate that you have brought actually in the closing, one of the closing sentences. It's a very interesting observation, and sometimes it is overlooked that actually crises that we usually see mainly as a threat, that it could also be a chance, an opportunity to change something, to ignite a change, to rethink, to discuss, and maybe even take some actions later on. So thank you very much for that. So this means that our first general question is done. And now I would like to ask Dziesława to answer the specific question that I have prepared for her. Why? Because in Bulgaria, pretty much in similar way to Poland, you have this very peculiar situation that I call, maybe it's not precise, but the idea is that, okay, you've got the right to strike, but without going on strike. And this affects many employees in the public sector, especially in public administration. So I would like to ask you, how can the existing limitations of some worker and union rights, like right to association, to right to collective bargaining, and to strike, as I just said, how can they be addressed and challenged by trade unions? The floor is yours.
Yes, I should repeat myself because I started that the easy answer of the question, how is by density in legislation? First, to legitimate the right to associate, you should have convinced these people that it's worthy to be member of the trade union. So we have from the one hand the density, and as higher the density is, the stronger the union is in the positions that it's standing in front. From the other side, to permit the right to strike or the right to associate, it's up to the legislation. Then we should, as union representatives, both on national level, all of the nationally represented, stand on the position that the sectors that are not allowed to be trade union members have that right. Because yes, for the public administration, now we have this agreement that are a kind of something like collective bargain, but not exactly. And maybe the issue comes from the understanding of the government that specific sectors like the police, let's say, they see it as a, how to say, lack of security if in this big sector it's an instrument for the government to influence on the society. Having a trade union should somehow come to lack of security. I don't have other explanation for forbidding the right to associate in these sectors. This is maybe the only logical explanation I could give. So only legislation, if it's changed in favor of the working people, in favor of the employed in these sectors, that could be reached. But so far as democratic labor code exists in Bulgaria, this have not been done so far. And yes, it's an issue of the social dialogue, but as I said, generally for Bulgaria speaking, the social dialogue is very well organized only on national level when we speak about national tripartite council. When we talk about sectoral social dialogue, it was given an example that from a colleague speaking before me that it was established a sectoral social dialogue in social care. We don't have this formally structured social dialogue bodies as councils on every professional branch level, and it's not well functioning on a regional level, on regional regional towns in Bulgaria. So the only really working as a debate, it's the nationally social dialogue where the tripartite body is. And maybe if these efforts are consolidating from all the structures, then it might be reached any kind of positive effect for public for public service in this public service administration sectors that are not allowed to participate directly.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, thank you. Of course, it was a very difficult question, and we are not here actually to find any kind of a panacea for such fundamental problems. You just pointed, to some possible ways of, that could be followed, and there is no other way but only to agree with that. Thank you very much. And now. I switched it off accidentally. Thank you, Tuscany. I would like to ask you, how can trade unions representing public services from the CEE be drawn closer and to become more involved in the European social dialogue? This was one of the issues that we have discovered in course of the research, and I think it's a very relevant question.
Thank you, Jan. Yeah. First of all, actually, before I dive into answering the question, I'd just like to review a little bit where we are in this moment in social care, why the sector is strained, how it affects people, public budgets, and so on. So by 2035, 1 in 4 people in many of the CEE countries will be 65 years or older. And at the same time, care workforces are shrinking. Added to that perfect storm, we have the fact that not only are people living longer, they have more complex care needs as well. So we have these 3 pressures coming together, which are deepening inequalities, reducing the quality of care, and there are increased economic pressures as well due to the fact that we are facing cuts in public funding of care. So there are several core challenges. We've talked about already the workforce shortages and the poor working conditions. We know that it is difficult to retain and recruit care workers at the moment. This is largely due to the low pay. It is also largely due to the very difficult working conditions, long hours. The job is both emotionally and physically demanding as well. And employment is often not guaranteed, that it offers some precarious or part-time employment. This is leading to chronic vacancies and high turnover as well. The issue of underfunding, many countries, not just the CEE countries, but many countries in Europe and the European Union still underfund social care relative to societal needs. There's weak coordination too between health and social and municipal systems that produces gaps in service and inefficiency. And there is also an over-reliance on informal care, most of which happens in the private home and usually by women. Then the third core challenge is the geographic and socio-economic inequalities, uneven service availabilities in rural areas, small towns, places where there is no internet connection or the internet connection is very limited, and therefore the idea of offering digital care or online care doesn't exist as well. So a couple of short-term recommendations on that. We need to invest in the workforce. I mean, that's obvious. We need to raise wages. We need to improve working conditions, job security, and create retention initiatives for care professionals. We need to retain the care workers that we have first, before we can also then start recruiting new ones. Because if we are just losing care workers all the time and we're able to recruit new ones, then we're just going to get this turnover the whole time. So we have to create an environment that encourages people to stay. That we can do by training, skilling, and providing a professional occupation that is recognized and rewarded. In the medium to long term, we also need to have some structural reform. We need to implement policies that retain and recruit healthcare professionals, and we need to increase public spending and safeguard that spending as well. We need to make sure that funds are available this year and next year and the year after, and so on. What one of my colleagues online also just mentioned is the fact that we must measure progress. We must make sure that we measure vacancy and turnover rates. We must measure wait times and unmet needs surveys, out-of-pocket expenditure from the public on social care. And we need to measure access to social care in rural and disadvantaged areas. So to answer your question more specifically, how can trade unions representing public services from the CEE be drawn closer to and become more involved in European social dialogue? So my answer to that is going to focus on care, because that's my sector. Yes. And so not that I am ignoring the other sectors, but I have more skill and qualifications to talk about care. So we need to assist our colleagues to participate in social dialogue. This through providing capacity and resources, potentially maybe EU level training packages on how the European social dialogue works, how the EU institutions work, maybe training on drafting position papers and digital advocacy, maybe a mix of courses, some online, maybe short courses in person. But we need to provide knowledge. We need to provide knowledge and information through training, and through knowledge, they can start working on action. We also need to encourage our colleagues to come and participate in the social dialogue, the EU level social dialogues that take place 3 times a year. Particularly, I will mention the new social dialogue for social services. Currently, we have a number of the CEE countries represented, but in actual fact, there are still gaps, and there are countries who have not nominated a representative to come to the social services social dialogue. If I don't want to name and shame countries, so I won't mention who they are, but if you know who you are, I would encourage you to contact me to nominate a representative at the European level sectoral social dialogue. Come and see how it works. Come and see and represent your countries. In 2025, I can tell you that at our first working group this year, only 3 countries from the CEE came and were represented out of 11. So in the second, we had 5 countries who came and represented. So we do urge you and encourage you to come to those social dialogues. The other thing we can do, we can try training and support on EU funds and technical assistance that is available. There are actually a number of EU funds that are available to trade unions that can offer financial assistance on staff time, travelling, project work, and so on. So we're happy to provide you with training and support, or point you in the right direction of training support on the use of EU funds. They are there. They're not often promoted very well, but it's actually surprising the number of funds and financial assistance that is available. We can help you to be seen and heard. by creating national focal points for European dialogue and national dialogue. Maybe nominate one contact per union to coordinate. Have a voice and use it. Develop short data-driven position papers, maybe on pay, staffing, quality of services, workforce shortages, that are tied to EU priorities. Papers increase your visibility in social dialogue and Commission consultations. It gives you a voice, and it is a way of using your voice. We at EPSU we are here to help you with that. We will support you in anything of that. And then when we have that voice, let's make that voice loud. Let's make it heard. Let's build cross-border sectoral power alliances, formal networks of public service unions as well. We can use the Commission's 2023 push to strengthen social dialogue, the Council and the Commission's communications there, to pressure national governments to restore and guarantee access to consultations and collective bargaining. Data research and capacity. We need to create simple dashboards showing membership, bargaining coverage, vacancy rates, wages. This makes your union's contributions factual. We need to have hard facts that are hard to ignore. We could measure success through things like the number of CEE participants at the EU social dialogue. That's really important. We can measure the number of funded projects. We can measure the number of joint EU CEE policy texts and so on. So addressing the challenges in the public services, particularly in the care sector, is crucial for ensuring equitable and quality healthcare in Central and Eastern Europe. You are part of the EPSU family, and we are here as EPSU to offer you guidance and support and training where we can in order to make your voice heard on the European stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Samantha. Now, I have a question for Danica, which is, well, you have started actually responding to this, in your first intervention. But if you'd like to add something about those recent changes in your union and how could it maybe, affect the future, what could be changed, then of course you're very welcomed.
Yes, was I mentioned in the first question? It was the it was the protest action of consolidation package, but previously in 13th of March, the Slovak Trade Union of Healthcare and Social Services organized the protest action of workers of social services. The aim of this protest was highlighted the value, importance, and significant contribution to society. The care workers provides support to wide range of society, children, older people, and other vulnerable groups of people. But unfortunately, care workers and social workers often says they feel invisible and even forgotten. And the main what we mainly require, we require to adopt systematic solutions of long-standing problems in social services like underinvestment and connecting problems like insufficient salary. The average salary of social workers and care workers are below the minimum wage. It is only about 80% of minimum, about 80% of average wage in Slovak Republic, and in many cases the care workers earns only minimum wage. And the long-stable problems in sectors are shortage staff, shortage of high psychological and physiological effort, and uh, and problem in occupational health and safety. Uh, Yesterday, I have a very new information. Yesterday, the Slovak Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs announced the long prepared long along the long prepared reform of social services is submitted to legislative process. The core of reform is introduction of a new care allowance. The allowance will be provided to person with disability, and the person will be entitled how to use this new allowance, formal or informal care, and also this reform uh, increased the governmental contribution to sector, and this reform is expected to increase investment in this sector above 30 million euros. So we hope it could be the good step forward in social sectors, and it could improve the situation in social sector. Because previously only non-systematic changes had been adopted. For example, the stabilization allowance. First time in 2023, the employees in social services had the opportunity to obtain the stabilization allowance. The workers could obtain this amount, and in return they had the obligation to remain employed for 3 years. Now in 2026, the obligation will end it, so there is some concern. Some of workers may leave their jobs, so government going to consider the next round of consolidation allowance, but there is no systematic change. Slovak Trade Union require the systematic change, and I think the reform which were announced yesterday, it could be this systematic change, because it is new model of financing of social sector.
Okay, that's very interesting, and I think that maybe we will have a chance actually, to discuss it more in more detail. But we need to move on, and I have a question for our Lithuanian colleagues. I think that is a very interesting issue. Some years ago, the law was changed in Lithuania, so now the unions are more generally free to negotiate on behalf of their members only and for their benefit. Has it just tell us, what were the outcomes of that? Has anything changed? Has it translated to higher density figures, union density figures, or collective bargaining coverage? Could it be just a good practice that somebody else, other countries could follow? Ramune, your microphone.
Yes, thank you. I will try to answer to the question. First, starting with the outcomes of the reforms in the public sector, where we have during 7 years around a huge increase in union membership and collective bargaining coverage because of that reform, they say. And I will give some numbers and I will proceed then with a short evaluation from different parts of this new reform implementation. So as I said, this reform in the public center in the public sector means that in this year, the beginning, the national collective agreement is applicable to more than 70,000 civil servants and employees. Then another outstanding result is that the number of legal entities covered by this agreement doubled during the years, and now it's 3,500. We have also 7 branch collective agreements in effect in the sector, and 64 organizations are covered by an employer level collective agreements in place, offering real social guarantees. And yes, of course, and as I said, this is a situation in Lithuania. These are outcomes in Lithuania, but public sector, because here in our country, the situation is that 70% of all collective agreements are concluded within the public sector. So now how this legal regulation is evaluated by trade unions themselves. During our interviews in this project and also in the previous project, our interviewed representatives of trade union leaders, what they say, that they expressed a strong support for the present model, where collective agreements only apply to union members. They believe mainly that this model helped unions to quickly grow the numbers of the members and become stronger in negotiations in the public sector. And so they consider this model really fair and effective. But it is a truth that not everybody supports this approach or this model. And also some trade unions not outside this project. What do they say? That this model can also be considered discriminatory and create tension in workplaces where with different rights of employees, those who are members and non-members of union. And moreover, those who oppose the model, they say that this model could lead and leads actually in practice to confusion, telling that there are 2 wage systems or 2 working time schedules and all this. That the very important thing about what those who oppose the model say, that employers have also used as an excuse, as a reason to avoid collective bargaining, telling that, okay, they argued that if agreement would be applicable to union members, and there's no need to even start negotiating. Moreover, there is I don't say it is a very loud discussion. It's a not a very loud discussion, but there are some considerations together that regarding long-term sustainability. What do I mean by that? If employees join union just to receive benefits and leave when those benefits are gone, then membership can become short-term and purely transactional. So without stronger values of being connected to the union, we are not sure about this long-term sustainability of this model. So while this system has short-term advantages for sure, as I mentioned before and named some numbers of the collective bargaining results in public sector, there are some challenges related for long-term union growth and stability. But these are only considerations, and this is something to be probably watched closely in the future. So I also didn't mention that we have also a Supreme Court decision in 2020 where which decision involved an employee who wanted to benefit out of a collective agreement without being a part of union who signed it. And Supreme Court of Lithuania said that, I will be very brief, there's no time to comment longer, that benefits negotiated by unions should still apply only to the members, and changing that perspective would go against the principle of the free collective bargaining. Also, Supreme Court analyzed the application of this provision in the light of European Union law. So the decision of our Supreme Court that the present model does not contradict any principle of non-discrimination.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ramona. We need to really sorry, but we need to really rush.
Just to wrap up that for the other countries, there's not one answer, and different aspects should be taken into consideration. And thank you for listening to me.
Oh, thank you very much. And sorry for interrupting you, because this is a very interesting case, and I think it should be investigated more closely. Now, we all have almost run out of time and still have this final general question. And this is the question, to the boss here, Dominic. Can we steal like 5 minutes? Okay, then I will have a chance actually I will have a chance to give you a chance to address it. But very briefly, unfortunately, your comments and your answers were so far so interesting that I wouldn't dare. I mean, I still had to cut them, but yeah. I don't think it was a waste of time. So maybe, Ramona, I cut you. Could you add, just a couple of sentences addressing the final question, which is, why the public sector employees, despite having, those powerful tools of veto power, like going on strike to disrupt and, things like that, they tend to use it very rarely, and they are reluctant to do that.
Maybe maybe I'll say a few words.
Sure.
Happy being here. Sorry, not non-physical, but online still. We thought about this question, and for Lithuania, this paradox, as you called, it's not very relevant, I think, because in Lithuania we have now, especially in the public, I mean, I speak of in the public sector, we have a rather social dialogue friendly environment, and if a union is strong, of course, it could organize a strike or go for any other industrial action, and we have good examples actually. For example, in the education sector, they made a lot of strikes and it worked. But in general, if union is strong now in Lithuania, collective bargaining environment is actually sufficient for union to receive their goals and not using this last resort maybe. So maybe very shortly, yeah. Not maybe for Lithuania, it's not very relevant question. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, it's a very good and interesting point. Like, the provoking, I would say. Why should you go on strike if social dialogue works well? Yeah. Okay. Samantha, maybe you would like to say something about this.
Thank you. I will be brief because I'm quite hungry too.
Yes. Yeah.
So why don't unions use their veto? Well, from certainly from the care sector point of view, the ethos of care, it kind of goes against the whole thing of being a carer, which makes it really quite hard for nurses, doctors, and carers to actually go on strike. And it really goes against their whole principle and vocation of why they're there. And they have to be pushed to an absolute extreme to go on strike. So I think that's one reason. I think also there is some organizational fragmentation. So we do have a number of different unions for doctors, different unions for nurses, different unions for carers. So there is this difficulty in organization. There are the legal constraints also, strike bans or governments making it very difficult to go on strike. In the UK, they recently introduced this whole idea of minimum service levels for strike. So the you can go on strike, but you still have to provide a minimum service. But that minimum service is still quite high as well. And the length of time of notice that you have to give to have a strike also. And I think also the public perception of strike actions can be, if the public don't really understand why the unions need to strike, they're perceived as being difficult, disruptive, contrary, and so on.
Yeah.
So we need to improve the public perception through communication. I think we need to reframe actions and let the public really understand why we're doing this. What is it? Invariably, it's to do with service quality, it's to do with safety, and it's to do with the safety of the public. So we're not striking to be selfish and for ourselves. We're striking to make sure that we can provide a service that is safe and good for not just the person, not just the worker, but the public as well.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Weva. Would you like to, add, say, couple of sentences about this? We can't hear you.
Just a second.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. We can hear you
Sorry.
now. Yeah. So very briefly, what would you say about that?
Please repeat me the last question.
Oh, it was about veto power. It's like the unions in the public sector can do a lot, like can disrupt, can really make themselves and their postulates visible by going on strike, by, walking off from
Definitely,
work,
yeah.
but they rarely do that. Why?
Well, actually, no. I'll give an example in the healthcare because it's very social care and healthcare are very common one sector, and it's again public service. So here we have several protests of the young doctors in Bulgaria and medical surgery sisters, and it finally come to increasing the salaries. And yes, making visible the sector and the employees in it, and this activity of the unions, it's definitely coming to results. So we have this examples in public administration ones for the last few years, and healthcare sector is the other one I can recollect from the several few years that reached increasing of the salaries and visibility of the trade union leaders in the sector.
Okay, so it
supportive.
seems that it works.
It is. Yes. Facts.
Yeah, facts. Okay, thank you very much. Danica, like a couple of sentences. Why do you think it is like that?
Yes, like Samantha mentioned, the strike of social and medical workers in Slovakia is not explicitly prohibited by law, but the criminal code established, for example, the crime of neglect, care, in danger of life and death, in danger of life and health. So it makes the strike very hard in these sectors, but there are other ways which could be used. For example, give a resignation. This way is useful only when a lot of or serious majority give the resignation in same time. For example, this way was used by doctors in the end of last year, and then are negotiations about withdrawal of this resignation, but there is some obstacle. Withdrawal of resignation require the consent of employer, and the employer can use this and exclude, for example, the active team leader worker and trade union leader. And other way, for example, is all when all or majority of employees get sick and fall ill in the same time, but it is legally and morally controversy. So we don't recommend this way to our members, but of course we can organize a protest, like we organize the protest of social workers and continuing action. The common motto for social workers is our hands are full of work, but our pockets are empty. Is according to insufficient salary in this sector.
Thank you very much, Danica. So we have come. Thank you very much to all our participants, for their very interesting and also thought-provoking intervention.
Again, hello everybody. We're going to discuss collective bargaining challenges for public services, focusing obviously on the region of Central Eastern European countries, and I'm delighted to be the chair of that panel discussion. Let me first introduce the guests, the panelists, the speakers. So I start with Aleksandra Mirkovic, who represents Serbian trade union Nezavisność. Hello. Thank you very much for joining us today. Simona Brunerova, representative of Central European Labour Studies Institute, representative of the partner. Thorsten Müller, European Trade Union Institute, senior researcher, and actually informal partner of the project, because Thorsten was kind enough to intervene during our collective bargaining boost workshops. So again, thank you very much for your input. And online, there is Irena Patranaite, Lithuanian Civil Servants Budgetary and Public Institutions Employees Trade Union. Irena, can you let us know whether you hear us?
As far as I see, Dominic, Irena is not here so far.
Okay. Okay, she was in the waiting room, so I suppose she's joining right now. All right, so again, I'm introducing the panelists, and Irena Patranaite has just joined, so I wanted to welcome you warmly and start the panel discussion. Let me start with a brief presentation. You've learned a lot already about the results, conclusions, and some recommendations from the CEECAW project. So I wanted to focus on some aspects related to collective bargaining. I prepared a brief presentation, so let me start with that. This is, sorry, I want to, okay, maybe I will manage that. This is the latest data from OECD on trade union density. It has been published 2 weeks ago, so it's the freshest data that you could have. I wanted to share that with you. As you can see, the tendency is, as we all know, the decrease in trade union density across all the OECD countries, including CE countries. It's not a surprise for us. The data cover quite a long period of time since 1985 up to the most recent data, which comes mostly from 2023 and 2024. For some countries, slightly earlier due to the availability of the data. But basically, this graph looks like a rainfall, right? So, trade union density goes down in all or almost all OECD countries. The same situation we observe also with regards to the collective bargaining, which is the main focus of our panel discussion here, and obviously the objective of the CEECAW project. If you take a look at those countries that we covered, the conclusion is exactly the same. But it is not the only reason that I wanted to show those figures, meaning that they are the freshest data, the most recent data, but also I wanted to refer to the conclusions that were presented within the paper. They say, this is a quotation from what you can read in the policy brief, that the share of employee covered by collective agreements fell from the 80s to the recent years, right? And the decline was especially pronounced in Central and Eastern European countries, right? So the process is even deeper, more advanced in our region. So this is what I wanted to highlight here. And another point highlighted is that high coverage of collective bargaining, obviously, persists in countries with multi-employer bargaining systems. Countries where sectoral agreements are widespread, often supported by strong employers' organizations, continue to exhibit broad bargaining coverage, even when trade union membership is low. And I'm looking right now at Sławek, who is smiling probably because this is exactly his thesis that he promoted throughout the whole project. So this is the confirmation. That's what we read from OECD reports as well. So it seemed that our conclusions are coherent with OECD observations. Let's take a look at our countries, which are in our scope of the study, and obviously you could see the trends as well, meaning the decrease in collective bargaining coverage. Not all countries have exact figures, especially for 2009, but the tendency is very clear. No doubts about that. And obviously, there is a question classical question, what to do with that? If you observe downward trends in collective bargaining and trade union density, what shall we do with that? Is it a good phenomenon or not? Obviously, today in the room, nobody will answer in a different way rather than it is a negative phenomenon, obviously. But what I wanted to say is that this decline was recognized by the EU-level institutions quite late as a problem, as a corrosion of European social model, right? And we could see some kind so that we could call a paradigm shift that was observed after the great financial crisis 2008 and plus. But it was not, the paradigm shift was not immediate. So the Barroso Commission was still, well, at least skeptical, right, towards trade unions and collective bargaining. And this was the Juncker and Ursula von der Leyen commissions that made the change. At least they approached the problem and recognized it as a problem and proposed some public policies that addressed it. And there was a number of initiatives undertaken by the Commission and obviously supported by the ETUC in the first place. One of the greatest achievements is the social pillar of European pillar for social rights, but also other policies like dealing with new phenomena like platform work. So there is a platform work directive. There was also an approach to amend the directive on European Works Council. And a few days ago, there was a vote in the European Parliament that supported the amendment, which is kind of a success, you may say, and it is a result exactly of that paradigm shift, and obviously the minimum wage directive. So this all goes in one package, right? That comes from that very specific period. I'm a little bit more skeptical about the current commission. So Ursula von der Leyen too, as she has, and her commissioners, they have a much more difficult situation with the political setup in the European Parliament as it shifted right. So a little bit more pessimistic views that I have with regards to that, but at least we may discuss into details what could be the potential impact of the adequate minimum wage directive on collective bargaining exactly. So state of the art, the directive has been transported in some countries in the region already, which is Bulgaria, Croatia, Czechia, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, and Hungary. But as you see, it is not the full list of the countries in the region, despite the fact that the deadline for transposing the directive has passed 11 months ago, exactly, because that was the 15th of November, right? So it's 11 months after the deadline. And one of the reasons why we see in the delay in some of the countries is that the directive has been challenged by Denmark and Sweden. We all know about that, and we are awaiting the ruling of the Court of Justice of the European Union to see whether this directive will stand at all. Or whether it will be changed to some extent, and the question is to what extent, what elements exactly, and so on and so forth. So the gains of this very progressive directive could be watered down, unfortunately, and we are currently in the state of uncertainty with regards to that. What are the conclusions from our studies in the CEECAW project was that, interestingly, the trade unions in the region were interested mostly and focused mostly on the let's say core part of the directive that referred to the minimum wage setting mechanism, right? So that was the main interest, because it is basically the main interest of the minimum wage is basically the main interest of the trade unions in the region, right? So the basic matters, the minimum wages and wages in general, this often fulfills the almost whole scope of the activities of trade unions in the region, unfortunately. So the basis, right? The Article 4 that refers to collective bargaining was obviously on the table. It was considered, was debated, but was not the priority. And it might lead to a quite a pessimistic conclusion that that the opportunity that came with the directive was not fully used, right? Obviously, the employers' organizations approach was well, let's say skeptical or negative. That's not surprising, but what's surprising is that also the governments in the region were not very active and did not see the opportunities in this piece of legislation as well, meaning that they also did not recognize crisis of collective bargaining as a problem. And if I may refer to the Polish context, I would say that uh, uh, I would see the collective bargaining system in a broader context of European integration. While in the other fields, Poland had a lot of successes in terms of European integration, the collective bargaining system has been left aside, unfortunately. So I would say that it is unfinished European integration with collective bargaining system in Poland being a near-death experience, as Jan described it once in his article, right? So it is also a matter of how we perceive our socio-economic models in Central European countries, whether we see collective bargaining as a part of this model, and whether we see workers as a partners and inclusive policies as an important value in European integration and socio-economic model, right, for our countries. My answer would be that probably for majority of the countries it is not, unfortunately. Everybody knows this date. 11th of November. You can say that it's National Independence Day in Poland, but obviously it is not the only thing that is going to happen on that date. It is the date on which the European Court of Justice is going to announce the ruling on the directive. So it is a big date, and we will see what will happen. So after this very short introduction and obviously earlier introductions made by Sławek and Jan, I wanted to go directly to our panel discussion to exactly discuss the prospects for collective bargaining in the region. So let me start with a quick updates on what is going on in your countries with regards to the directive. Alexandra, maybe you would like to say about specific Serbian context first.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Mirkovic, and I'm very privileged to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation, and this project is very mean to me because it was very challenging. Yes. It was very challenging, especially public sector. Yeah. But in Serbia, it's very complicated. But I will be short and I will introduce some conclusions about the directive and some obstacles about that because we are not the member of the European Union. We are candidates, only candidate for now and for so long, for so far. Well, okay, but we will see. Okay. As I said, in Serbia, the formal transition process of the directive on adequate minimal wage has not yet started, since Serbia is not a member of the European Union. But, however, the legal and institutional frameworks is begin polarity align with the EU standards through the negotiation chapter 11, social policy and employment. But still, the content of the directive is very relevant for Serbia as issues of the minimal wage and straightening collective bargaining should be at the core of the social dialogue. But we have another problem in Serbia. The minimal wage, the amount of the minimal wage still does not cover the minimal customer basket, which is not adequate according the standards of the directive. In addition, collective bargaining coverage is low in Serbia. Only 15% of the employees and most agreements are concluded at the company level, while the sector bargaining is almost disappeared. Therefore, the principles of the directive could serve an important something like guidelines to the future reforms for the Serbia. As I said, only 15% employees are covered by the collective agreements. That means in public sector. You have in Serbia 60,000 employees in public administration. Only 150,000 are covered by the collective agreement. Okay. What is else is important and what is obstacles for that minimal 15% of the collective bargaining is the government often plays a dominant role in setting working conditions, especially in the public sector, which limits the autonomy of the collective bargaining and the social partners also.
All right, thank you very much for this update. And very briefly, maybe Simona, would you like to refer to that? What is the state of implementation of the directive now in Slovakia?
Yes, so good afternoon. I'm happy to be here. And I would say that for Slovakia, of course, the process has already started. The National Action Plan has to be published by November. So it has not yet been published, but the government is working on it, and we expect that there will most probably be some more financial incentives to promote collective bargaining. There will also probably, with the support of the social partners, the evaluation of the existing barriers to collective bargaining. There will also be probably some expert group, and also the existing laws regarding collective bargaining and the trade unions will be re-evaluated. Yeah.
Thank you very much. As you see, so the things are progressing, but definitely not that fast as we would wish, right? Thank you very much for that. Irena, would you like to present the Lithuanian case briefly? We saw Lithuania on the list of the countries that have already transposed the directive. So could you say a little bit more about that? What is the state of the art now?
Hello, everybody. Thank you that I have possibility to take part in this meeting. It is very interesting what the condition, what the situation is in your countries. I would like to say that I am from state sector, from state workers. And for my sector, is very important to basic wage rate, but not minimal wage and minimal wage directive. Because the basic wage rate in state sector paid for all people who works in this sector, and this we all have all year we have to talk with our government what will be basic wage rate. And I know that minimal wage in our country next year will be 1,153 euros. It means that minimal wage go up 115. That is all about minimal wage.
Right, thank you very much, Irena. So it seems that the directive works, right?
Works, yes,
and
of course.
it
Yes.
increases minimum wage in line with the recommendations
Yes.
included in the directive. So it seems that that brings very tangible positive results to those countries in which the directive has been already adopted at the national level. So thank you very much for that. Thorsten, if you don't mind, I'll keep you for later, right? Because or you wanted to refer to Germany, for example, or Belgium.
Could provide a general
Wonderful.
outlook. Yeah.
Good.
Because I've just finished the transposition report, or I will finish it at the end of the week. So watch the space of the ETUI, and Slavomir, for instance, was the expert for Poland contributing to this report. No, but I think it's important to emphasize, because I don't know where you got the information that Bulgaria and Estonia, for instance, transposed, probably from the Commission website. Yeah, that's not true. No. Because the Commission only reported those countries that reported them. Look, that's what we have in laws. So the Bulgaria, for instance, reported, oh, look, we put 50% of the average wage into our law and so on. But that was not part of the transposition. So Bulgaria and Estonia did not transpose either. So if we look at the general outlook, I think we have 8 countries that have not transposed it. We have 10 countries that transposed in a very minimalistic way. And then we have 9 countries which actually introduce changes that are more substantial and that actually bring the whole system forward. And I think you sold Slovakia a little bit short, because in Slovakia there have been important changes in the field of collective bargaining, I think, which really bring collective bargaining a step further. No, but I think that's also illustrates the problem we have. 8 countries have not transposed, and 10 countries have transposed in a very minimalistic way. And there I can probably refer to Germany, because Germany's transposition was 1 sentence, 3 lines. We did an analysis of our system, And our conclusion is our system is in line with the directive. Even though Germany does not fulfill any of the reference values for adequate minimum wages, it's far off the 60% of the median and the 50% of the average. And the coverage, as you showed on your graph concerning coverage, with 49%, Germany is also way off the 80% which are in the directive. And that shows the problem with the minimum wage directive. There are not many obligatory parts in there. So the only obligation actually is to establish an action plan to promote collective bargaining. However, all the other parts are more or less strong recommendations. So Germany could make the argument, yes, we have analyzed our system and legally it's in line with the directive. But of course, it's not in the spirit of the directive, in line with the directive. And I think that's very important to recognize when you talk about the transposition. Yes, I mean those 10 countries have transposed the directive, but they have not introduced any substantial changes which would be in the spirit of the directive, in the sense of ensuring adequate minimum wages and adequate collective bargaining coverage for that matter as well.
Fortunately, it leads us to the conclusion of missed opportunity, but maybe let's leave it for the final interventions. And maybe now let's focus what are the obstacles on the ground to collective agreements? How would you see that? Maybe I would change the so maybe Simone, maybe you would like to start this time. What did you learn from this study in Slovakia? What are the obstacles to collective bargaining?
Yes, so I think we can say that the main obstacle, especially in regards to sectoral agreements, is the power imbalance between employers' organizations and trade unions. And we know that it is strikes. Strikes are the tool that is primarily being used by employees to exert the pressure on employers. But conducting a strike at a sectoral level is very, very hard. And also, as has been already mentioned here today, in Slovakia, we see that, for example, in the care sector, the government is making it increasingly hard for the workers to actually go for a strike because they can be punished. And also, so it's not, for example, for the care workers, it's not only about the moral reason of why they are opposed to strikes, but also these newly developing laws that are against the strikes.
Exactly, this is what we learned from the previous panel, actually, that by law, civil servants are allowed to strike, right? But there is this criminal court ruling that there are some obligations regardless the fact that they do have the opportunity to strike, and they are entitled to strike. And Alexandra, how would you see the obstacles for collective bargaining in Serbia? Why collective agreements coverage in the accession countries is so low?
Yes, like I said, it's very low. From the reports, I came to conclusion that in Serbia, it's the main three types of obstacles. And I will do some parallel from the EU countries and Serbia, and I'm glad the Germany is here to confess or not. We will see. Okay, in Serbia we have three obstacles. The sectoral collective bargaining is very weak because the employers' organization are fragmented and often lack sufficiency legitimacy to negotiate on the behalf of entire sector. Second, like I said, but that is, I think, the main obstacles, the government often plays a dominant role in setting working conditions, especially in the public sector. And third, there is no systematic mechanism to extend the applicability of sectorial collective agreements to employers who are not signatories. That means that even when a sectoral collective agreements exist, for example, in the social protection sector, it applies only to employers who sign it. In some European countries, as in Germany, there is an extension mechanism where the government can, after assignment, extend the agreements to all employers in that sector. Is that true?
In theory, but I will say something on the practice.
Okay. Okay, then. Okay, thank you for that. But I think that is a good example. As I said, in Serbia, however, the situation is much different. The Ministry of Labor almost never issues such extension decision because the procedure of it itself is complicated and requires to several parties. And the results is the effects of the sectorial collective agreements remains limited to the small number of employers, while the most workers in the sector remain outside of their scope.
Torsten, would you like to refer to the German model first and then answer to the question?
Yep. In Germany, there is an extension mechanism. You are absolutely right. But in practice, only 1%, a little bit more than 1% of the collective agreements are actually extended. And the reason for that is that the procedure is in a way that the employers basically have a veto right. So there is a collective bargaining committee. As usual, you have a committee in Germany for these kind of things. And there are the unions, the employers on it, and independent person, and the unions and the employers basically need to agree on the extension. So the employers have a veto right. And lately, or well, you can trace it back historically as well, the employers veto very often, so that the unions don't even apply for an extension anymore, you see. I think if you look for effective extension mechanisms, then it's the Netherlands, Spain, France, Holland, well, I have Netherlands and Holland is the same. Belgium. These are much better examples for extension mechanisms that really work because very often you have a quasi-automatic extension mechanism. In France, basically all collective agreements are automatically extended. And I think that's much better because in France you also have union density of 10, 12%, but a collective bargaining coverage of 98%. So I think if you look at France, Spain, that's Belgium, that's a much better example than Germany. And the obstacles?
Obstacles from the European perspective.
From a European perspective, if you take the broad view, I think what you said for Serbia, the employer side is a big problem. Not only in terms of the fragmentation or lack of legitimacy, and now I can bring the German example as well. It's also a lack of willingness to enter into negotiations. I think that's very important. In Germany, we had a long tradition of so-called social partnership and whatever, of jointly regulating it via collective agreements, but the employers lost interest in that model of regulating the employment relationship. They even introduced a specific membership for companies, which enables them to be member of an employers association without having to apply the collective agreement signed by the employers association. And this clearly shows they lost interest in this way. They talk about more flexible collective agreements, modules of collective agreements. I mean, we had this meeting yesterday. The OECD had a webinar, and there was somebody from the German Employers Association, and they talked, we need a more flexible system of collective agreements, modular systems that we can choose which module of the collective agreement we apply. So they want raisin picking, basically. Huh? The parts of the agreement, they suit them. Yes, we apply that. but not the other ones. And that's a clear sign that they lost interest in the model. And you can see different signs, not to the extent in Germany, because in Germany, basically over the last 30 years, collective bargaining coverage decreased by 1% every year. I mean, Germany was close to 80%. Now it's at 49. It's 1% per year. And different reasons, also structural changes, new employment situation. But one key reason also is that the employers withdraw from collective bargaining.
I take the opportunity that I am a moderator of the session, and I will add a little bit to that by referring to the thesis of Slavek again, who stresses that it is not only the unwillingness of the employers' organizations to enter bargaining, but also there is unwillingness on the side of the state itself and the political allies, as Slavek refers to that. The political parties, they do not see collective bargaining as a part of the wider European social model and an important element of the socioeconomic growth in the future, right? So I think this is the main issue, that the perception of collective bargaining system is negative among those actors, and this is actually the role of trade unions, in my opinion, to bring it back, to show it that collective bargaining, it is not something that should be associated with the past. In the West, with the best period of time in the 60s and early 70s, in Poland with the communist time, right? But something which is contemporary and is progressive actually, and fully in line with inclusive policies that are at the forefront of the European values, right? So this is the task that social partners actually have to do in the future. But all right, but what can we do with that as social partners? What interventions could help to reinvigorate collective bargaining in the region? How would you see that? Again, maybe starting with Simona.
Yes, so I think we can say that the newly emerging tool that could be used to support collective bargaining is public procurement, and more specifically, social public procurement. And especially, for example, in the waste sector that we have studied, because in the waste management sector, as we know, the services are often outsourced to private companies, and the procurement contracts could include some social clauses in them, which would ensure, for example, decent wages and working conditions, and could favor collective agreements. So I think that social public procurement is definitely the rising tool that I think we should really keep in mind and use more.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. That could be one of the instruments, one of the tools that could be used to reinvigorate the collective bargaining system and to make it more popular, more put in practice. Yeah. And what about Alexander? How would you see the chances to reinvigoration of the system in your country as a candidate EU country?
Well, I think for Serbia, the main strategy is a strong role of the social and economic council. It should become a place for real dialogue and joint decisions making and policy, not just formality. You have one man, and that man decide how much is your minimal wage, what is bargaining does not exist in that way. supporting for trade unions and employers through training, resources, and build the capacity to negotiations also. And as I said in a previous question, simpler procedure for extending the collective agreements also, and better monitoring and enforcement for collective agreements rights. I think that will be in the major of the inspection.
All right. Thank you very much. Irena, maybe you would like to add something to that. I'm quite sure that you wanted to share with us some good practices with your country. Maybe you should say on what model has been adopted in Lithuania. We'll be
Yes.
eager to hear that.
Yes. We have a functioning national collective agreement, also sectoral collective agreements, and employer level collective agreements. These agreements provide many excellent additional social guarantees for our employees of our sector. It means that we negotiated wages for all our sector, and social guarantees only for members of trade union. It is maybe new for another countries, but in our country is for example, in our company, people who are a member of trade union, only those people got some social guarantees. And of course, and this is a motive for social servants and public sector employers to be members of a trade union. And this and also not only salary motivates, but also good working condition, good climate at work, good relationship with colleagues, with managers, also flexible working conditions. It's also is very important for our trade unionists. And just a moment. And this also motivates to be members of a member of trade unions.
Could you see some tangible results, meaning the increase of membership in trade unions and broadening the coverage of collective bargaining in Lithuania after those changes introduced?
Yes, we are very enjoy that our membership go up, higher, up, and now till pandemic. We have about 8% members in our trade union. About 2020 year, and now we have 33% membership in our organizations in trade unions. And I would like to say that our membership is very good now.
Did I understand correctly that the increase was from the 8% up to 30%, or maybe 13%? Sorry.
Now we have 32% membership in trade unions in our sector. 32%.
In the sector. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
in
So
all
that's
sector.
clear.
Sorry.
All right, so it's quite a high value as compared to
Yes,
other
yes,
other European countries. So you see
yes, yes.
that it works again, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, it could be considered definitely as a good practice, and yeah, the question is whether other countries will be able to follow that example, and whether this model could be relevant for those countries as well. But before we answer that questions, maybe I will go to Torsten. How you would see from the European perspective, what could be the steps not to miss this opportunity, to use the directive to
Yeah.
to change the system, and what could be the role of the EU level institutions in that process?
Well, I think well, when we had the discussion in the ETUC collective bargaining committee, I mean, there we discussed various steps, how we should use and what should go in the action plans. And I think three main areas emerged from that. One is strengthening the capacity to act of trade unions, mainly by membership increases. Secondly, and not to forget, increase the capacity to act of employers associations, because in many countries, and you mentioned that for Serbia, but it's a more general phenomenon across, in particular, Central and Eastern Europe, that you don't have an employers association at sectoral level for the unions to engage with. And where they are in Slovakia, there was often the problem that they changed the legal status of their organization, claiming that they don't have a mandate to negotiate. You closed that now, exactly. Exactly. So I think that's another very good change in the context of the transposition in Slovakia. And the third, obviously, is a change in to provide more institutional support. And one thing would be a more effective extension mechanism, public procurement. There are different ways to improve the institutional framework and the institutional support for sectoral collective bargaining. Now, when you ask me more specifically about the role of EU level and EU institutions, I want two things. First of all, the European trade unions, ETUFs and the ETUC. I think they play an important role, first of all, by lobbying the political decision makers at European level, in order to get more of these progressive regulations at European level, or to ensure that we keep what we have. I think that's the key problem at the moment with the new commission. It's more like ensure that we keep what we have, so that it's not watered down. And then, of course, providing a forum for national trade unions to exchange and to develop joint strategies. So now, when you ask me about the EU institutions and their role, and in particular the European Commission, I think, I mean, in the directive, it says very clearly, for instance, that the Commission has a role in monitoring the action plans. So every action plan needs to be submitted to the European Commission, and the European Commission will then assess, is this an effective action plan in the sense of the directive? And that means, does it include concrete measures which aim at gradually increasing collective bargaining coverage? Because what we sometimes see, I mean, we only have two action plans so far, one in Lithuania and one in Estonia, in Latvia. And the one in Latvia is actually quite disappointing, because that only includes, it's basically a declaration of intent. So the action plan says, we will evaluate, we will assess, we will do this, we will do that. But it doesn't say it doesn't include concrete measures which aim at that. It only says, yeah, we may look at this and we may look at that, but it doesn't say specifically, we will introduce this measure. And now it depends what the Commission will do. Will they crack down on those countries that provide insufficient action plans and say, no, 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 no good, back to the drawing board, write that again? The same with the transposition. I mean, we have 8 countries that didn't comply with the deadline for the transposition. What will they do? I mean, there is the possibility of infringement procedures for countries that not properly transpose the directive. What will the Commission do? Will they crack down on those countries? I mean, we all know infringement procedure is a heavy tool. It's the strongest tool they have, and usually they are quite cautious in using this tool. But I mean, if they are really serious about their political objective of ensuring adequate minimum wages and strong collective bargaining, they should do something. And that we will see how they respond to this. But I would expect that the Commission ensures proper implementation. But just if I may add one more thing, because since we talked about the care sector so often, and it's in the care sector, I think very important is also the Pay Transparency Directive, because it's heavily dominated by female employment, and I think the Pay Transparency Directive is an ideal tool to address the problem of the gender pay gap, and in particular the structural undervaluation of female-dominated sectors in terms of pay and in terms of developing gender-neutral pay assessment schemes, and I think there we also have to pay attention to other tools which we have at our disposal, and the Pay Transparency Directive is a very important one. But there we also see attacks already by national governments trying to water it down and implement it only in a very rudimentary way. And there, I think also the Commission needs to make sure that this is properly transposed and implemented in the national context.
Alexandra, you wanted to add something to that?
So I have one question. Do European Commission have action plans for the trade unions from the Western Balkans, candidates countries?
I'm not aware of it.
Oh,
I don't really know. No,
but
sorry, but no, I don't think so, to be honest. No.
Okay.
It is out of the scope of the,
Out of the scope
of the treaty. Yeah. So just another question to Thorsten. You mentioned monitoring of the action plans, and so obviously you mentioned also the infringement procedure, which is a hard measure. How would you? Maybe there are some other measures that the European Commission could apply. I don't know, European semester, maybe. I don't know what could be.
I mean, there are various tools, and I mean, because currently we are discussing that within the ETUC as well, because I mean, who knows what happens on the 11th of November, which, by the way, is the start of the carnival season in Germany, but just as a side remark, but we don't know what happens. So if they take us this important tool out of our hands by a complete annulment, or even a partial annulment affecting collective bargaining, which from a trade union side, I think is basically the most important bit. Then we have to have alternative measures, because one thing is clear, independent of this court judgment, the European Commission and 24 member states who voted in favor of this directive made a clear political commitment to the importance, and that they want to pursue the political objective of adequate minimum wages and adequate collective bargaining coverage. So they have to find other ways of implementing this. One way would be to find another legal basis for another attempt with the minimum wage directive, because there are different possibilities. And the second one is obviously, as regards the monitoring, I mean, one could push for these kind of measures via the country-specific recommendations, which are now also linked to more severe fines and financial punishments if country-specific recommendations are not followed. Another one would be what you mentioned with respect to public procurement, to make that, and I would talk about this in an even broader context, to make all provision of EU funds available or conditional on only those countries that have plans in place to promote collective bargaining. Basically, an action plan through the back door, so that you can only have access to ESF plus funds, for instance, if you have an action plan in place to promote collective bargaining. I mean, I'm thinking out of the box here, and it sounds very illusionary, but I mean, it would be a possibility. So we have different tools, and I think we have to push for those. We have to have a plan B.
Exactly, because
if I may just add also, in the case of Slovakia, it is expected that the role of the labor inspectorate will increase in regards to the enforcement and the monitoring of collective agreements. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to have a plan B actually, because the 11th of November is less than a month.
We don't know. Yes.
And there is quite plausible that the directive will be liquidated actually. So nobody knows that. We need to wait for the result, for the final ruling, but it's always to have an alternative and yeah, exactly a plan B. But I don't want to discuss these matters only among the panelists, and I wanted to open the floor for the questions. Yeah, so if any one of you would like to share with us some of your comments or ask a question to one of our panelists, feel free to do so. Obviously, unfortunately, due to the time limits, we didn't have a chance to discuss the previous session, so maybe there are some comments referring to the previous panel as well. So feel free to refer to that as well. But I see Barbara that raises her hand, right? Or not?
Sure.
Yes. Thank you.
Somebody needs to start. Okay, there was many issues, so there's possibility for many questions. So maybe to this panel, and honestly speaking to the old panelist, I think one of the question and issue we are speaking not enough is the problem of this, let's say, free riders, workers who get something from collective agreements, but they are not a member, they don't pay trade union fee. And when I'm speaking get something from collective agreements, first I think about the country like Poland, when there is erga omnes effect of the collective agreement. So when there is a collective agreement, it's cover all the workforce. So then it's very visible. If you have in this agreement, I don't know, some extra bonus or 1 or 2 extra day of the holiday, it's influence working condition of all workers. So the question, what tools can we use? And of course, we can have the collective agreement for members, like Lithuania. It was already mentioned a couple of times today. But there's also the question, maybe we should go a little bit looking for some other solution, like for instance, some fee which will be obliged for the all workforce as a kind of the fee for the trade union for the representation. It's more or less what they still have in Canada, the RAND system, or they used to have in many of the United States. Of course, now the change with the right to work and all the change in United States is going in a different direction. But let's say, thinking historically, the idea of these free riders was solved by the idea that workers need to pay for the trade union duty, lower than the trade union duty, for the representation. But maybe we should look for some other solution. So how to answer the problem of these free riders, of people who do not want to be a member and don't see the need to be a member, but still taking some advantage, some profits from collective agreements. So this, I think, is one of the issue we can discuss or think about. And then maybe if I start to work, then I will be brief. But I just want to say that I'm a little bit tired. Maybe I'm working in this area too long as a legal advisor for Solidarność or person who is dealing with employment relation and so on, that we are not really honest among ourselves. I mean, trade union movement, in what kind of situation we are really right now. I will give you one example. Last social survey in Poland from a couple of weeks ago, and 35% of population, I don't mean the workforce, the population in the survey said that trade union activity is favorably for the macroeconomical and social situation in the country. 35%. So in a different way, nearly 70% don't have the opinion, or they have disagree with the idea that the trade union are useful. And it's worse than the last time. The last time 46% was had the opinion that trade union are doing something good, to put it in a basic word, for the country. And okay, so this is general from the top level. Then 16%, 1/6 of the respondents thinks that trade union are effective on the company level. 1/6, this is, of course, people will only ask in this company when there are at least one trade union organization. And most of the people have the view that they are trying to do something good, but nothing come out from their activity. And the last number, because this is showing the real problem right now, 39%, so quite a lot, quite 39, is thinking, agree with the sentence, trade union should have more influence on the government. So look for this contradiction. From one point of view, it's very visible that the people don't see the usefulness of the trade union, how they are acting right now, but theoretical trade union are useful. So this is somehow showing, and I think this is not only for the Polish situation. I think this is just an example. That people are in favor of trade union as an institution, so see somehow the need of the collective voice, but they are very much disappointed by the activity of the real present active trade union on the ground. So I think this is really something we should be aware of, at least. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for your intervention, your remarks. Any other remarks or questions to our panelists? If there are no, maybe I will answer if I may, because I know the survey, authored by CEBOS, one of the state Polish research institution, and I would maybe add to that also the answers. Those answers rise that refer to the fact that trade unions' activities are not recognized at all. So they are not assessed in either positive or negative way, right? So it seems that trade unions are becoming less and less relevant for the public debate, and less relevant in the context of impacting public policies and what is going on on the labor market and in economy. So I would see that also as a negative trend, very negative trend, at least in Poland. I would be curious how it is in other countries in the region and in Europe in general. But also there is a ray of hope in that survey, that trade unions are much more positive perceived among younger generations as compared to older generations. Obviously, you may say that it is a matter of methodology, that there's a small number of younger generations in the sample, and so on and so forth. But it has been consistent across various studies, in previous editions of the survey, right? So it seems that younger generations tend to assess trade unions more positively, despite the fact they are probably less present in trade union organizations, right? So that would be my comment to that. But maybe the panelists would like to answer to Barbara's comments as well. So just to sum it up, options for avoiding trade unions free riding. What can we do with that? And what can we do also with perception of trade unions in our region? Anyone would like to answer that two questions or remarks?
I can. It's the 1 million euro question, the free riding problem. I can only mention two examples which I see in Germany at the moment. What the unions, obviously you always have to take into consideration that the financial resources of German unions obviously are often not comparable to the ones in your region, but just as an example, it's been done there. One is exactly what you say. Certain provisions of collective agreements are only reserved for union members in order to avoid the question of discrimination, which is a legal question. They are not huge. I mean, it's 1 or 2 days additional holidays. It's additional Christmas pay, additional holiday pay, in order to avoid the discrimination, the legal discrimination problem. But they have done this at company level in company agreements, and then the employer often responded by giving this benefit to all workers voluntarily in order not to create an incentive to become a union member. But now they try this in sectoral agreements, and the chemical workers union has been successful in achieving that in a sectoral agreement, and they say that worked very well. They see an increase in membership in the sectoral agreement because not all companies will do that on a voluntary basis for the workers, which is easier if you have a company level agreement. And then a second way of dealing with this, that's Verdi, and in the hospital sector, for instance, the German service sector union Verdi introduced a concept which they call conditional bargaining. In the hospital sector in Germany, you also have a lot of company agreements because there is no sectoral bargaining going on. So Verdi approaches hospitals and approaches the staff first and says, we will negotiate a company level agreement for you, but only if we have 50% membership in this hospital. And they have been very successful in mobilizing and organizing workers because they say, oh, okay, we benefit from a collective agreement. So we join the union so that Verdi has the strength in the negotiation. The rationale from Verdi behind it is obviously to say, well, we engage in negotiations, but only if we are strong enough so that if we get stuck, we can actually mobilize the workforce for some kind of collective action. And that was also quite successful in terms of getting more members in the hospital sector. And this is not instrumental, so the workers won't leave after the collective agreement has been concluded, because it was also an awareness building process for them that, oh yeah, the union did actually something very good, and it was a concrete case, so the workers took ownership as well. They had to get engaged. They were involved in the formulation of the demands and everything. And this kind of ownership, I think, is also very important. That whatever the union does for the members doesn't come like manna from the heaven out of nowhere, but that the workers take ownership, are involved in the processes of formulating the demands and maybe also even in kind of mobilization. But as I say, I'm talking here from a German context, and the conditions may be very different, and not obviously not one-to-one transferable to your country. It's just the question of principles. I wanted to mention that as two examples.
Indeed, it's a very interesting case. I don't know how would that work in the Polish context, where the trade unions density is around between 10 and 13%, as referred to the total labor force, but maybe at company level in some specific companies, right? In public sector, especially, that could be relevant. That could be relevant
because the overall union density in Germany is also around 10 to 15%.
Yeah.
It's density in Germany is very low. So we have this lighthouse sectors where density is still very good, the traditional manufacturing sectors and parts of the public sector actually. But in much of the private services sector, density is extremely low in Germany. So they had to come up with different ways of organizing themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen Sławek raising his hand.
I think that we do not understand the current generations, new generations. I think that rising of membership would be more than even if we would be able to simplificate the process through app, of course, just like it's becoming in other things. You have few steps. You are a member of the union. You get in this occasion you get some bonuses, a few bonuses. Next bonuses you can earn in this, and you feel a member of broader society. Yeah. And next step is to familiarize you with your rights, with your environment in your workplace. That's, I think, this is the solution for this.
Based on the reports, I have I was prepared two reports, care sector and the public sector, and I came to the conclusion that trade unions needs a strategy and alliance also, with especially for Serbia in for civil sector. And the solidarity among unions, like it or not, I think it's much more visible for the people and the members also.
But this is again the question of the strategic approach of trade union. For instance, from the Polish perspective, of course, it's easier to say by somebody who is a legal advisor, not somebody who is really organizing people on the ground, because it's the easiest way to give good advice how you should organize when this is not your job. But to find, for instance, one hospital to make connection with your example, increase the membership, even if this is a little bit artificial membership. I mean, the use your resource to put really pressure on this organizing process, to give some people some kind of extra, let's say, incentive to organize, and then to show this one particular example, even when it will be like one small island in the ocean of the hospitals without collective agreements, we manage. And I think this is really the biggest obstacles in the way how, at least in Poland, trade unions are operating. They are relying on some very spontaneous bottom-up process, never from the top down, like we have a strategy and we want to do this just because of the public relation need, that we want to show this in the media as a success story, as a kind of the example that we can show to the society. We manage to increase the membership in some small sector, or we have a first collective agreement in the sector X or Y, or in some area where there was really, really zero. But this needs a kind of a very, very strategic approach. And the second thing, it needs very honest discussion about money inside the trade union. And this is extremely hard to make it visible, to achieve this. And this is nothing that the government can do, nothing that the European Commission can do. This is absolutely internal issue of how the trade unions are behaving. And I think this is the biggest problem, because in one box we have all these external factors which are very important, but in the second box we have all these factors which are only connected to the autonomy of trade union and their internal way how they make decisions. And this, I think, this makes this discussion so difficult.
Once again, we're coming back to the issue of capacity of trade unions, right? Not only in financial terms, but also in staff terms, and maybe in terms of knowledge on how to attract people to trade unions, right? Ramona, wonderful. Ramona, would you like to take the floor? You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Dominic. Yes, I love that question about free riders and what would be the methods. I do not know the real answer, but as a labor lawyer, I want to say that there are so many rights that are unprotected, not implemented in practice. And this is why when we, even in Lithuania model, when we talk about the application of collective agreement is one thing, but when they talk about non-application of collective agreement or some non-implementation of collective agreement, I see probably the role of trade unions, even in our system, like a stronger role in protection of collective and individual rights in practice, because so many people cannot offer advocates and so on. So I think there's a differentiation between application of collective agreements and application in individual case would be like one option as a tool. Another option, we agree that in sectors that we analyzed during the project and that we presented today, the burnout, the mobbing, all this psychosocial risks are definitely an issue. And in the future, our suggestion would be just to look further for the trade unions activity, strengthening their activity in actually psychosocial risk management. Again, they have legal possibilities and tools to do this, but there could be an incentives for future members to feel they really can rely, and that would be incentive to become a member.
Thank you very much, Ramona. I can see Sławek.
Just
and
only
Torsten,
few words. This is a question of culture. This is a question of culture because trade unions must be respected and valued, and their activities must be treated as a part of normal, usual social life. Just like yesterday, there were announcement in metro station. There will be disruption in the transport due to national strike. No one was outragged. Yes, everybody knows it's part of usual life. Yes, trade unions are for this, that they have to strike for our money, for our standards. Yes, this is not the case in my country. Sorry, I don't know whether in other countries is, but services say, sorry, there is a strike, but there are some disruptions, but nothing was. Everything is okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Slavomir. It really is. I mean, in France, it's the same, and there is never a mobilization problem. When the union calls, the members follow and go out, and it's amazing. I think that too. But I wanted to when we talk about sectoral bargaining and how we get to sectoral bargaining, because as you also said, Slavomir, it's crucial if we talk about higher coverage. Romania, I think, is a very interesting case in that respect as well, because there we also have a lot of company bargaining. And how the Romanian trade unions, for instance, tried to get to sectoral bargaining was in the banking industry. This worked quite well. The banking industry is a sector that is highly concentrated in terms of MNCs. So there were 3, 4, 5 big players. And there was no sectoral agreement. So they approached those of the four, 5 big players which they thought were most open to a company agreement. And then they got company agreements with those 3 big players, which created pressure on the remaining 1 or 2 to also have a sector, because they were portrayed as a bad employer, huh, if they don't have a collective agreement. And after it took 3, 4 years, they actually got the banks to get to establish a sectoral association. And after a while, they negotiated a sectoral agreement, and they try to get the same strategy now in the retail sector, which is also a sector that's highly concentrated. Now, it might be a little bit different in the public sector, but I mean, I'm not an expert in waste management, but Slavomir mentioned that there are also more and more big multinational players in the field, and that might be a strategy there as well to get to push for sectoral bargaining by picking out the ones where you think they are most open to a company agreement, and then creating pressure on the rest to join in and get to a sectoral agreement. I found this, and this Romanian example really is also bottom-up mobilization within the company to get to this company level agreement and then more generalizing it at sectoral level. I really like that example.
Yeah. It's a really nice example, and it comes from Central European country, right?
Yeah,
So it's relevant for our region, and I'm convinced that Simona will have some good examples of practices on how collective bargaining, collective agreement could be concluded. I know from your paper on public procurement that you've studied some of those good practices. Well, one of them was located in Poland. Maybe you would like to refer to that.
Yeah, the one in Poland, although I'm more familiar with the ones in Slovakia, but Jan will also know. So in Poland, it was the case of the private security firm. And there was a scandal because it was found out that the employer was not paying the employees. And from the bottom up, somehow they got together and were able to. Maybe you can talk more about it because I'm more familiar with the Slovak cases.
Okay, I mean, in general, you are of course right. I mean, you remember this from us writing the paper, and that was the case of a successful bottom-up action taken by a trade union. Interestingly, one of those radical ones, not from the mainstream. There was the case of precarious employment, so they employed this naming and shaming tactic, more or less. It got to the media, and it put basically the local government in a compromising position. So that's it. That was the main reason why the pressure proved successful. Nevertheless, we cannot say, and this is what we have come, unfortunately, we had to in the conclusions, that, I mean, no tangible effects actually for unions, for unionization, not to even mention collective bargaining, have come out of it. But still, it is well, a good practice. That's why we have included that. It's a good practice and definitely an example to follow because, the small steps strategy. Yeah. Someday it may translate into realizing that actually, but this is on the part of the workers, of course, that in order to avoid such a situation and have institutional support in some form, well, you need trade unions, and that's it.
Thank you very much. We have last 4 minutes for the discussion. So, do we have any other questions or comments? If not, I cannot see any hands raised. Not in online as well. Sławek.
Only for information, because I just got a message when on next executive committee of ETUC there will be a strategic discussion concerning the public services, their position, the challenges, and other issues. So I think this is a very good time for us to discuss these issues.
And it is also a good example of ETUC responding to the tangible needs, right? All right. So thank you very much for the discussion. More questions than answers, but also we are not left with empty hands. We presented at least few good practices also from our region. So that's the examples that we could follow. So thank you very much to all the participants here staying in the conference room, and also to Irena who participated online.
So, good afternoon, everybody. We are now starting the third and the last panel in our meeting. The panel is called Turning Recommendation into Action. So, of course, it's a I can say the most difficult one, because we have to speak about something real, action, and how we really want to increase the number of workers covered by collective agreements. My name is Barbara Surdykowska. Here I am in the role of the researcher who is working for the Institute of Public Affairs, who was the leader in this project, as you know very well. We told already this fact many times. And I'm also working as a legal advisor for Polish trade union Solidarność. So now I have a pleasure to run this last panel with our great panelists. And we will have two persons from European Federation, from EPSU, who is, of course, very much involved in the project, because project was made together with EPSU, as you know, but also from Industrial. So this is also giving us a little bit more, let's say, space for some experience, good or bad experience, not from the classic production, from the classical metal or chemical sector. So like one can say, really the base when the trade union are supposed to be still strong. We also have I hope we will have the representative of the academia, so a little bit more from the theoretical point of view. And last, but of course not the least, European Commission, which right now are in a very difficult situation. First of all, because we all know that we are waiting for the verdict of European Court of Justice. And we know that we will be sure about anything on 11 November. But the question is, the question of the political will was shown. The political will about the need to increase the number of people covered by collective agreements and the role of collective agreements, or the role of negotiation. And the question is how to achieve this goal, which was clearly defined. But the question is what tools are in the hand of European Commission, especially when we speak about also the autonomy of the social partners, but not only autonomy of social partners, but relation between the member states and European Commission, and the tools how the European Commission can influence the activity of the government in the member states. So I prepare a very short presentation because a lot of things have already been said. So I'm not going to repeat for the 100th times about the verdict of the Court of Justice. And this is not a meeting among the lawyers. But of course, there is a big question about, as it was said in the previous panel, alternative legal base. In the question, what if? If the European Court of Justice make the annulation of the directive or just Article 4, there's a question, what else we have in our hands? Maybe Article 114 about the internal market. There are also this, let's say, last resource legal background, but then we need agreement among all member states. And as it's clearly visible, this is not the case. Maybe only through some procedure connected with a European semester, or simply very visible linking of the possibility of European funding for the project and for other capacity activity with the fact of clear promotion of collective agreements, collective negotiation. So I don't want really to speak a lot about this legal base, because this is not really the floor for this alternative legal base, but maybe something in the area of social cohesion. I think this is, at least from my personal perspective, social cohesion would be better ground for this kind of action than Article 153. But we will see what will be the verdict of the court. So as you know, we made a study of three sectors: waste management, care, and central government administration in all Central and Eastern European countries and in Serbia. And one thing is absolutely clear from this research, that at two of this sector, waste management and care, from the perspective of Central and Eastern Europe, the number of people who are organized is too small. Organizing is too weak to expect a spontaneous surge in collective bargaining. So I think this is very basic sum up of the project, but very visible. Of course, the most visible sector is waste management. Then there are one good example, Croatia, but honestly speaking, in all other Central and Eastern European country, this level of people who are organized in the sector of wage collection and process of recycling is extremely low, and in private sector, when there is not case, when the municipality is the owner of the company, is close to zero. We can speak whatever we wish during this seminar or during any seminar, but the question number one and the basic question is a question about organizing. Because we are not able to make any kind of the story, hypothetical story, when we will have the increase of the number of the workers covered by collective agreement without a precondition, precondition meaning increase the number of people who are a member of a trade union. I know that this is obvious, but the answer how to increase this number of people who are a member of trade union, this is this $1 million question, and it's not that we have some clear answer to this question. I think that from our research coming three, let's say, narrative or three stories, in the sense that the trade union, at least this is my point of view as a researcher, should base in that sense that it is important to show to the public authority, to the society, that these three sectors need good working condition and should achieve this good working condition through collective agreement. So first, waste management, maybe waste management is the first because I was responsible for this sector in this project, in this research. So the narrative should be without these workers, circular economic goals are not able to be achieved. We as a European Union, we as a member state are not able to achieve the circular economy goals, which are very clear with the numbers, with the targets year by year, what we should achieve. So the present narrative is based on the consumer behavior as a very important factor. Consumers should behave like this, like that, should cooperate with the collection of the waste, should cooperate and changing their way how they behave. I don't know, buy less clothes, go away from the fast fashion, or other examples, in a responsible way, and so on and so on. But we are not really thinking, and in the circular economy action plan, there is no obligation for this to improve the working condition of waste management workers. So, in one sentence, without good condition of waste management workers, without career path for these guys, without training for them, without health and safety, and there are new challenges in health and safety, especially connected with the heat and the climate change, because this is a kind of the work that by definition you are doing outdoor. It's hard to make this work attractive, and we will be in a big trouble with achieving the circular goals targets. The second story, of course, I'm not going to tell you any new story because we knew all this story, but the story must be very visible. It's a story about demographical change, and the story that care cannot be any longer younger sibling of health sector. So that we are thinking about health sector as a sector with huge problems, with shortages and investment, public funding, and so on, and we forget that exactly the same shortages, need for funding and so on is also very important from the perspective of care sector. So this is important. In care sector, we have so much, also very important question of migrant labor. So far in Central Europe, I haven't seen the issue of migrant labor in waste management sector, but in care sector, this is visible. And of course, question of the gender, because this is mostly female activity. To the central government administration, I think it's a little bit more difficult to find a sexy story for the public authority and society, why the working condition of central government administration workers are so important. I think it should be linked with the digitalization of the society, digitalization of public administration as whole, because they are on the kind of the front line of implementation of digitalization. So also their working condition, training, career path are important. So I think that it's especially important from the perspective of Central and Eastern Europe to tell this kind of the story to the society. As we were talking before the break, one of the biggest problem is the how this trade union are seen in a social way in Central and Eastern Europe. I don't want to come back to the communistic time, how much they are linked with, let's say, public government, not to see their autonomous role and so on. But there is 2025, and this is really the last moment for the trade union to show that they are extremely important in the process of twin transition, not only to the public authority, but to the society as such. And I think we should be very honest that we cannot say and pretend that there is no tension between the support of the public authority for collective bargaining and autonomy of trade union. There is tension. Autonomy of social partners always will be a kind of the tension between these two different goals. One goal that the public authority should support collective bargaining, and goal that the social partners should have their independence and autonomy. But looking at our research, it's very easy to say that the capacity of social partners in some of the sectors are so low that without very big injection of the help and support from the public authority, it will be very hard to hope for increase to the process of increasing the number of social partners. And honestly, I'm very pessimistic in this regard. One of our colleagues, not in the project, but one of the Polish academia author, Professor Pisarczyk, find, we think, very good wording for this, and he called it hostile neutrality of the government to the collective bargaining as a process. As in Central Europe, he was thinking about Poland because he comes from Poland, and this hostile neutrality, I think, is the best way, in a short, to explain. Why? Because we have to remember that, of course, the Article 4 of the directive is a kind of the game changer in the sense that a trade union, for the first time in the directive, the role of trade union is very visible. We don't have worker representative in directive. We have trade union. This, from the political point of view, is important. We have the goal of 80%. But please remember, from the beginning, from the just time after the Second War, we have in the Fundamental Convention of International Labour Organization promotion of collective agreements. It's not that this is something really new put on the public authority. The convention 98, Convention 87 is showing very visibly that this obligation is already there. We can call it that in Article 4 is more precise, it speak about the action plan and so on, but we cannot say that it is something new, that is a kind of a new achievement. So, to make it, to finish this introduction, I think we are not able to say anything more than organizing first and no substitute for the trade union density. We are not able to sketch any kind of the scenario of the increase of the number of people covered by collective agreement without increasing the density. This is the question a little bit, and this is not the role of the researchers. We can only tell that the open question is how much the trade union in Central Europe or generally trade union wish to use the kind of the strategy to telling to the society this is not a business as usual time. We are going through the hard and difficult transition. We are going through twin transition, and by definition, the time is going to be hard. We have a climate change, we have different other demographical change, we have geopolitical new situation. Time is going to be hard because this is a kind of the tool that, at least from the theoretical perspective, can be used to show to the society, to the workers, to the world of work, we need your effort in the collective voice even more than before. So, I would like to focus a little bit on organizing, but also and ask about some experience coming from both European Federation, that we have our in that panel, but also about, especially from the academia perspective, from Professor Kirov, how we can measure the progress, what kind of the indicators can be used to assess are we going in the right direction. And of course, the voice from the European Commission, how European Commission wants to assess our member states are going in the right direction. Are they doing whatever is expected from them based on the Article 4? And just maybe the last sentence, that we have to remember that from the legal point of view, we are not only speaking about directive and Article 4, but we have also recommendation. Of course, recommendation are by definition the soft tool, but this recommendation about social dialogue are a little bit different than the recommendation before, because inside this document there is obligation of the member state to give a report to the European Commission how the recommendation, what kind of the implementation was, what kind of the action was done on the base of the recommendation. And first report are supposed to be delivered to European Commission in December this year. So it also will give Commission some package of knowledge what's going on in the social dialogue in the member states. So first I would like to ask Patricia Veliku, Senior Policy Advisor at Industria All Europe, on collective bargaining and social policy, and she has a lot of experience about many sectors in EU. So I would like to ask her about difficult sectors. Of course, difficult sectors from the perspective of Industria All, there are different difficult sectors than difficult sectors from perspective of EPSU, or difficult sectors from the perspective of, let's say, Unia Europa. But we can agree probably that there are such things in the trade union life as difficult sectors, and how to organize and what kinds of the tools can be used to organize workers in this part of your activity, where from the beginning, Industria all know that it will be a difficult story to achieve some kind of visible goal. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for inviting us to this panel. So, as Barbara really rightly said, we represent 7 million workers in the manufacturing, mining, and energy sectors across about 40 countries in Europe. And yes, indeed, there we have quite a couple of difficult sectors, and I have to say, actually, organizing is actually difficult in general. No? Even in sectors that used to be traditionally very highly unionized, we see increasing difficulties. And I'm also going to focus a bit on Central and Eastern Europe since it's a conference on Central and Eastern Europe. Don't imagine that it's very easy to go and to organize big automotive companies in Central and Eastern Europe, because it's not. And you're from Poland, you know it's very difficult in the automotive sector, even if we think that, oh, these are companies that are actually from Germany and that they should be used to what social dialogue means, right? And should have this respect for each other. So unfortunately, the reality on the ground is quite difficult. So which sector is not difficult, if I can actually say that? Of course, textile, clothing, leather is extremely difficult. We see emerging sectors where we are very shocked to see what is going on. Let's take the battery sector. Hungary, a country from the region, is now a big player in the batteries. They have about 6 or 7 new battery companies. And our members report that most of the workers working there are third country nationals, employed in quite weird conditions because, of course, they as unions are not allowed to go inside the factories. But even the labor inspectorates, it's sometimes prevented for going there because there's some weird memorandum of understanding between the government and these Asian companies. And why are there mostly third country national? Well, it's because Hungarians don't really want to work there because of the exposures to the health and safety, very toxic chemicals and the risks to health and safety. So, well, difficult to organize as well. So I don't want to speak too long about it. First of all, I would just want to say that from our perspective, organizing goes hand in hand with, of course, increasing trade union power on the ground, going there, speaking to the people, organizing them. But if you have, as you rightly said, a hostile neutrality and a legal framework that is essentially not punishing or not, not punishing trade union busting, that there are no consequences where you have discrimination of workers that are trying to form a union or that are joining a union. And we have seen cases where there was no problem to have massive firing of people who just wanted to form a union and nothing happened. I can tell you that there it's very, very hard to organize, and we have seen it happening even in big name companies. So for us, that's why the directive was a real game changer, because you actually had this point on trade unions, yeah, but you also had measures discussing discrimination and fighting against discrimination of trade unions. And we have seen that. I don't know if Torsten mentioned it, because I tend to say a lot of things that Torsten says. But yeah, we know that in Bulgaria, they did make the legal framework a bit more strong on that as a result of implementing the directive. So I think if we're not going to see across the region also a stronger legal framework that protects trade union rights, it's going to be a harder, it's going to be difficult to see all of a sudden an increase in trade union density. And maybe to finish on a positive note, yes, we do have, of course, some positive examples. For example, in Slovakia, what for us really was the game changer is when the trade union leadership really took this organizing approach very seriously. So we have seen a real commitment from our members in OZKOVO to make organizing a priority, to shift a few resources specifically to that. And when I say this, I also mean to give some time to some of the people working for the unions to dedicate to it, but also to hire some organizers that are then active on the ground. And that did lead to some positive outcomes. And also what they started to do is to use the social media more and to also speak about the wins. And this is something that we as unions maybe are not so good at it, to really sell what we win. And they really started to do this also in collective bargaining rounds, well, with smaller wins, start speaking about maybe the easier issues. Don't go directly to wages, which is something very controversial, but let's discuss about the times for the breaks or the conditions in the canteen, which is something that surprisingly many people complain about everywhere. So and then publicize your wins, and it becomes visible then to the people in the area that yes, okay, the union is slowly but surely improving some of the conditions. So this is really something that we are trying to replicate, because we have also a couple of organizers as part of a new funded project in several countries. What we also saw helps is really to engage young people. And we had a youth action plan. We really tried to help them to replicate this plan at the national level. And in some cases, for example, in Romania at a steel plant, they really tried to support the young members to do some events at the company level. And in that way, other young people saw that, oh, other young people are in the union. They are doing this like nice events where they speak about the conditions, but it's also some time to socialize. So let's join the union, and their density increased by actually 10%. So we're trying to again, it's small steps, but I think there are definitely some improvements. And I know with EPSU we're also cooperating with the ETUI in a training for organizing. So we're trying to exchange best practices and to build up on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think very crucial was what you said about the strategic organizing and shifting more resource and more human power into organizing. I think this is something that is really like a core of the answer to the question how to get more members. And of course, the difficulty of this is that it needs to be the autonomous and decision of the trade union. This is something that is very difficult to influence from outside through any kind of the legal provision. You can influence this a little bit by the projects, by the budget, by the finance, but in the end, it needs to be the independent decision of the trade union. And thank you that you speak about the access. This is pretty important, the access to the workplace. And this is a little bit different story, because I think that in the area of the access to the workplace and online access to the workers, this is something that we can influence by the legal tools. And in this area, it's more possible to influence the possibility of trade union from outside. So thank you. So maybe now we will still continue in this path about organizing. Milos, what about the perspective of EPSU? Can you elaborate how EPSU focus on organizing as an essential part of strengthening collective bargaining in the region, in Central and Eastern Europe? The floor is yours, please.
Yes, thanks, Barbara. Thanks for the introduction. Also, Patricia, for your comments. So, to come back to the title of the panel, turning recommendations into actions, and what is the priority of EPSU and how we approach this for Central and Eastern Europe. Because the first thing when it comes to Central and Eastern Europe, what we have experienced in the past decades, basically, is that on the one hand, on the European level, we had a low input from the unions on what's happening in Central and Eastern Europe. We had so we couldn't get all what's going on with the unions, and that came due to the fact that there is lack of capacity always in the unions in Central and Eastern Europe, and we we find that as the main obstacle for a better cooperation when it comes to the European federations, but also when it comes to the other processes and the other trade union activities. So basically from there, we decided, and that was decided in the Congress of 2014, already, that EPSU will start investing in organizing in order to strengthen the unions in Central and Eastern Europe, in order to develop their capacities on a broad range of issues. So that started already in 2014. We had different workshops. We tried to have a buy-in with the trade union leaders. And then in 2019, this work took a more structured approach where we had hired 3 people to work on organizing and recruitment in Central and Eastern Europe. We had dedicated budget for that, which was significant, I think, as well at the moment. So that was our big push to go for organizing. And this is also because we are here primarily talking about collective bargaining, but we find organizing for Central and Eastern Europe as essential part for collective bargaining and basically a prerequisite for collective bargaining. And I can give you an example from Croatia that so we had started working with a union in childcare in Croatia in 2019. So that was a union established in 2012. It was a good union organizing, they had some of the moves, they organized protests, gained traction. And then we picked up on that and supported them further with trainings, training their shop stewards, training their leaders. That they came from 2,000 members in 2019 to some 5,000-6,000 at the moment. And why is that important? Because that changed the dynamics in the sector. We are now talking about possibility of having a sectoral collective bargaining in the childcare sector. So it really changed because of the sheer power of the force that the union managed to create in this process. And of course, this was not easy, and not. There are a few examples of how this works, but this works needs much more, and also we need much more from the ETUFs, from the overall trade union movement to involve this. But this explains how organizing is important and how it translates to collective bargaining, basically. That literally from the point that union was negotiating in 36 cities, I think the trade union leader had to go all over Croatia to negotiate particular collective agreements. Now we are talking with the ministry about something, not a sectoral collective agreement, but let's say a set standards or something that would go in this direction. So this shows how important the membership and the building of the strength is there. And for that reason, as I said, EPSU has established a team to work on that, at the moment counting 4 people working on the funds from EPSU directly. We have budget dedicated for that. And then also thanks to the social dialogue funding line from the Commission, we also managed to hire people on a project basis, where we hire people to work in the union on organizing and to support their organizing effort, which also proves quite successful. And we are now applying, I think we already applied for the second continuation of this project. We have also established a EPSU-wide fund for organizing for other affiliates and hopefully our bigger affiliates to invest voluntarily in organizing in the region. And that's when it comes to the action. We are very active in the organizing part. We want to support unions there. And we want to see them grow. I think we also did a good work when it comes to what you exactly said. It's hard sometimes to get the commitment from the trade union leaders because daily politics distracts them from long-term goals. But I think with strategic workshops, with the work of, for example, Greg Thompson from Unison was very helpful in this. We really managed slowly to get to the same understanding, to outline the priorities and go ahead. So I think that was another good part in this work. And then this research project that was carried out, we see as complementary to the organizing work that we do, because we have the push for organizing, we have the push to get more members, but not only members, to get better mobilization power of the unions. And then this research project, the overview of the Central and Eastern Europe, really gives us the insights in the situation and also the recommendations that we have, which we will use now to coordinate, to engage with our unions and to push for these developments that have been outlined with the recommendation. And that's why I find it really complementary, really going well together with the ongoing efforts that we have in organizing. Yeah, and I just wanted, because we had this discussion on the some practical things that the unions could do, quick wins, as you said, in public services. And actually, Patricia said that, which is often disregarded by the unions, are these quick, easy wins. And I would say in public services, they are even easier, but never easy. But I would say that these wins, we had situations like, when the renovation of toilets was an issue, and that was more pressing than the wage, because people couldn't use the toilet properly. And that's an easy win that could be established, that could be one that unions often miss to use, because we often perceive wages and we should push for that, but organizing, it's about social dynamics, building these dynamics, and that's very important, this kind of easy wins to start with. So that would be one thing that I would pick up from there. And also, like what come out from our experience is the kind of keeping in touch with the employers on a informal, a bit irregular basis, just not to be, I mean, it depends on the employers, of course, but in most of the cases, you are able to talk with the employers to keep some kind of contacts. And that proved to be, in our experience, a quite useful thing in order to be more successful at a later stage. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. It's very important, this information about these small wins. And generally, the small things are important. As I said, I know that I repeat myself, but I already said this, that being trade union leader is more difficult than being a legal advisor, as I am. But I was never able to understand why we are not making bigger promotion of younger leaders. Like, to leader of the month, something like this on the website, that every month we want to show somebody under 50 to have a very broad definition of young leader. So to show somebody under 50 who has achieved something, but make it in a structural way, like every month. It is showing that this is really some kind of the group of the people we are, as a trade union, in this case Solidarność, but this is just an example, able to show. Okay, so now we will change a little bit, because it will be more, I think, theoretical and more from academia perspective. I would like Professor Vasil Kirov from Bulgaria Academy of Science to speak a little bit how we are able to achieve the progress, what kind of the indicators it's possible to use, and maybe it's very difficult to find these indicators, because I think we are just speaking very often about the density, then we speak about the number of people covered by collective agreement, and full stop. But what other indicators can be used, and also for the government, for the European Commission, to assess the situation on the ground? Do we have the improvement or not really? Vasil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Barbara, and hi to everybody. I'm really sorry I couldn't make it to be in Brussels with you, but I have other commitments now. The European Academy in Barcelona, and actually we're just leaving 5 minutes before the end, because we'll be greeting here the new Nobel laureate, Professor Aguillon. And we had, just before this panel, a very interesting discussion here, what is the role of social sciences today? And I think this event organized by the project CEECAW shows clearly that social sciences can have multiple contributions to the improvement of social dialogue and collective bargaining in Europe by providing data, by providing ideas, by sharing experience. Going back to the indicators, I think we should start with the classical indicators that are known in employment relations for decades. And actually, we realize that many countries in Central and Eastern Europe, the trade union density is very low in these sectors, in the public service sectors. And I heard very carefully the comments of Patricia, for example, how difficult is to you to organize in the automotive plants of the multinational companies in Eastern Europe. But for some reasons, I can also see how probably it's difficult in my country to organize employees from the state administration, but there is no particular probably political pressure, etc. But they're facing. So I'll start that, of course, the density is very important. And we know, of course, in the literature that there are countries, especially the famous French exception, when in France, the density of trade unions in the private sector is just 6%, but they are able to mobilize millions of people when they fight for particular causes. Unfortunately, a very low density, I have doubts that something important can be achieved.
I think we have a problem. Vasil, can you hear us? No. Vasil, you are frozen. It's lost connection. Mhm.
It's going. Huh?
Okay, I will send him a message in the chat. But maybe now we can move on to the our last panelist from European Commission. And in the light of this research which we have done, why I see her the double voice?
Maybe turn on the sound.
Yeah, but I can. But okay. So in the light of the research and the situation which we describe in Central and Eastern Europe, especially about this, let's say, difficult and weak sectors in our research, waste management and care. What kind of tools are in the hand of European Commission, and what tools you see as the most important one? So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm very pleased to speak to you on behalf of the European Commission. Some colleagues may know me. I'm a policy officer in the social dialogue unit of DG Employment. And in a way, I have a bit two hats on today because, okay, I will come in a minute to maybe some of our tools or legislation or guidance or whatever we have in terms of social acquis, yeah. But I'm also actually the project manager of this particular project, and yeah, for this reason, I'm also very keen to hear you and exchange with you. I understand now it's in the final phases, so but I'm very sure it will come to important conclusions. And what I wanted to stress to you is, and I've heard it already 2 or 3 times, the capacity building is indeed for us a key ingredient of success, both in terms of social dialogue overall, but also in terms of collective bargaining and what has mentioned among the indicators, trade union density. We have also
not so long ago, we have published a communication where we, of course, in the Commission have also a bit concern about some declines in those indicators. But what I wanted to say is that we dedicate about each year from our prerogatives budget line about 40 million euro per year to strengthen you, particularly budget line exclusively for social partners. There are, of course, Central and European and Southeastern European countries, and also candidate countries. I believe Serbia is among the participants, can tap into these funds. So we have 2 calls for proposals each year. So I can only encourage to continue to participate. I think EPSU also mentioned it. Yeah, I've seen firsthand that very good results can also make a difference. And I myself have 4 EU sector social committees in the support. Of course, it's social partners' autonomy. Commission is more or less logistically supporting you. But for instance, I have one of my committees is the hospitals and healthcare sector, where we also work with EPSU together. And we had also not too long ago a capacity building project, especially about Central and Eastern Europe. And I remember there were seminars and very lively debates and also country fact sheets produced. And I think that can certainly stimulate your organizing and your collective bargaining at various levels. And I think personally, I think it's among the main tools that you invest in capacity building. Now, apart from what we have in terms of Commission initiatives and Commission promotion, and there you have mentioned, of course, the minimum wage directive. It's a very important initiative for us. It's actually an outcome of the so-called European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan of 2021. It's one of the key deliverables of this. So we are actually very keen to uphold it. I think I'm not a lawyer myself, so I will not skate on that issue, but I think from the Commission side, there is a certain confidence that this has been carefully drafted and also based on the correct legal basis. So let's see in November. But I can assure you that whatever happens, it will not create a major gap because we have with this Commission mandate, there is very clear that social dialogue will be on the top of the priorities. In fact, in the first 100 days, the Commission always brings out key initiatives, and one of the key initiatives was the Pact for Social Dialogue, which will enable also at a fairly high level the kind of tripartite approaches on labor and social policies. And there's also one of the key outcomes you will soon discover will be the Quality Jobs Roadmap. That's actually an initiative which is directed by our unit, our social dialogue unit, and there have been very fruitful consultations with social partners, both EU social partners and national social partners. So there have been an enormous wealth of inputs given to the European Commission. So, and one of the key deliverables, it's not a secret, will also be a future Quality Jobs Act, which will then be in the subsequent Commission work program. And I think this might also give you some further impetus for organizing and promotion of collective bargaining. So coming back quickly to the minimum wage directive. So you know already that the deadline for transposing was November 2024, and now Commission services also do a completeness and conformity assessment. And in fact, on this Article 4, which you mentioned, there's also action plans expected to be submitted by end of this year. So we will see then what will come out of this. So as I said, I'm not a lawyer, and European Court of Justice is not European Commission, so we have to wait. But as you also rightly indicated, we have, in addition to these high-level initiatives and to our Commission President, basically continuing to be a firm believer in social dialogue and really telling at all major occasions that the Commission is dedicated to upholding the social dialogue. There is indeed the 2023 Council recommendation on social dialogue, and this is indeed also a very concrete, how can I phrase it, concretization of the social pillar principle 8, which is about promotion of social dialogue and collective bargaining. So, and I think this text was also very carefully drafted, taking into account ILO, International Labor Standards, also work of the OECD and experience of our EU member states. And of course, there is the autonomy of social partners. That's always on our lips and also in our action, very clear that we, as a Commission, don't interfere. But what it actually states is that we want an enabling environment for tripartite and bipartite social dialogue in our member states. And we also remind the member states about this. And there is also a similar deadline. You mentioned it already. By December this year, member states have to submit a Commission a list of measures. And we also very much hope that this list of measures also includes good practice examples. Of course, having in mind the diversity of the national systems of social dialogue, but nevertheless, I think there could be some interesting material also for you to come. And in this process also there is involved the Employment Committee, which is a formation not of the European Commission, but of the Council. But of course, Commission is also very much involved in driving this process. And so there will also be, as the professor mentioned, the indicators. There will be a look if this can be enriched from the more traditional measurements, if we can actually have some good capturing of social dialogue and collective bargaining indicators. So I think these are fruitful processes, and of course, fingers crossed for the minimum wage directive. But nevertheless, I think with all these high-level initiatives and our continued investment into monitoring the Council recommendation on strengthening social dialogue, I think there's sufficient ground to believe that we, from the Commission, substantially support you in this endeavor. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will give the floor to Vasil in a second. I just want to maybe a little bit spoil these rosy pictures, because honestly speaking, we are not only in the time of the let's say focus on social dialogue. We are in a time of simplification. We are in the time of completely different geopolitical situation, which is giving very visible pressure on employers in Europe. Let's be honest. With this guy in the Washington, it's a little bit difficult to think ahead for longer than 1 week. So, you know, the situation is pretty tough. I don't want to say that the Commission is not focusing on the social dialogue, but I just want to a little bit stress that it's a little bit more complicated. And for instance, the situation when the European social partners were not able to agree on the agreement on the right to disconnect is also showing us something. We know that there will be new action plan. There are some, let's say, change on the side of the business Europe, how they make the decision. But generally, the situation is not that, let's say, rosy. So coming back to academia, coming back to Professor Kirov, what can you elaborate a little bit more about these indicators?
Yeah,
The
sure,
floor is
Barbara.
yours.
Thank you, and apologies for the inconvenience, but sometimes we don't master technologies, so somehow probably there was a sabotage. The internet providers in Spain, but anyway, I'll go back to the indicators, of course. I was wanting just to open brackets and to add a comment about the capacity building. And of course, it's great that the European Commission is putting in place these programs that are supporting the capacity building. But from a critical perspective, I should say that from the very beginning of the post-communist transformation, trade unions also in Eastern Europe have been supported sometimes from decades, first from trade unions from Germany, from Austria, from other countries, from the Commission. And it will be an interesting academic exercise also to see how much funding was it. And I say it's very important, but it should be somehow combined with probably a bit of more courage from some of the local unions. And say courage in terms of organizing, because of course now, for example, EPSU or IndustriAll are putting in place different organizing activities. It's very interesting what's happening when the project is over. There was, I think, some experience of IndustriAll together with IG Metall that are putting in organizers in the factories of Audi in Hungary or somewhere else. And the problem is that when there is no money, what's happening? So this is about sustainability. And going back to my stuff of indicators, she said that this fragmentation, the number of different units, etc., should be also examined very critically, because probably also some unions, Central and Eastern Europe, should sit together and merge their efforts and to better combine their resources. Because we have a lot of very weak federations that have one or two guys working there, and they, of course, cannot do really a lot. Further indicators, of course, are related with the collective bargaining, with their contract, but I think we should be very critical here. I'll give you an example from Romania, because before this brutal, how it's called in the literature, attack on the Romanian social dialogue, about in 2011, 2013, it's a very high level of collective bargaining coverage in the sectoral level. But reading part of these Romanian collective agreements, find there was not so much content inside. And this is partially the problem we have also in Bulgaria in some sectors, sectoral collective agreements, branch or sector collective agreements that have just very intentional clauses, and there is nothing concrete. And it's nice, yeah, they are signed, but what is the real use? So I think these indicators should be, of course, quantitative, but also qualitative. And I think part of the, in all the previous debate, what was said, how unions, for example, have some particular barriers in order to center, but I think unions should also have a very critical analysis inside in terms of, because as for example Barbara was mentioning, they need probably to show younger leaders, they need in some cases to be more courageous. Of course, there are situations where they be very difficult. For example, just to give you a very recent detail from Bulgaria, the city of Sofia is changing their providers of waste management services, and there's a big ecological catastrophe because some companies related to the local organized crime even made everything possible to throw out their competitors, just putting their trucks on fire. So can you imagine what kind of trade union social dialogue could be observed there? I mean, not, but of course, there are many other areas when they can be more active. And I liked actually this idea about the small wins. And sometimes it's not only about wages. There is a lot, for example, in the public sector, a lot of debates about work-life balance, about developmental skills, etc. That probably, but also these debates require to be reinforcement of the skills of union in order to bring on the table very pragmatic solutions that are of interest of the workers. And finally, last but not least, I think an important indicator in the countries when there like this dual level of representation is existing in practice, it's also interesting to see how many works council or other institutions are in place, who is in there, because in the places that are for elections, it's very interesting to see what is the union influence, what they are doing, etc. I think that we as researchers, because I was critical to many actors, but I'll finish with a bit of criticism to us in the academic community, should be also probably doing more work on these quality-related, content-related indicators, because they are, of course, much more difficult to measure, to understand, but they are important because they bring meaning in the social dialogue, and they can facilitate the engagement of new actors in the workplace in collective bargaining. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vasil. So we also should focus on the quality of collective agreements. Yes, sure. But it's very difficult for the academia perspective. We always love to count the people covered by collective agreement, and then we are happy. And as academia, we are not so keen on reading all the collective agreements and looking for the added value and, comparing with the legislation and so on. Okay, maybe there are some questions. There will be the second round of the question to our panelists, but maybe to make it a little bit more live in the room, maybe you have some question right now or some comments which come with the connection to the words we heard right now. Maybe there are some comments, questions. Dominique, please.
I actually asked this question to Torsten during the second panel, the previous panel, but I wanted to ask this question also to Jan, whether there is an alternative plan, plan B, in a case when the European Court of Justice will cancel the directive. Are there any, I don't know, internal discussions on that plan? How do you see that?
Thank you for the question. Any other question or comments? Okay, so my comment was always the same. Why we don't have European list of name and shame? Why European Commission is not eager to make this name and shame list of multinationals when the trade union would be able to deliver some information which can be critically assessed that there is really stoppage of democracy on the gate of this work seat, and there is no access to the workers, no access for the organizers, and really very hostile behavior from the perspective of the company. I see that Torsten have a comment for this.
Not for the naming and shaming, but a question to Jan from the Commission, because whenever I give a presentation in front of a union audience, a question that is often raised is, yeah, but what are the actual means of the Commission to correct behavior? I mean, with the non-transposition, we know the only thing is an infringement procedure. But in terms of the action plans, I mean, what is your toolbox which you have to actually get member states with an action plan which you deem not appropriate to actually correct that? I mean, what is your arsenal of getting them to submit the proper action plan? Because, and that I want to add as well, what we see at the moment, we only have 2 action plans so far, Lithuania and Latvia. But Latvia is, for instance, an example where there are no concrete measures. It's only basically a declaration of intent. We look into that and we look into that and we assess this, and rather than taking into account the proposals of the social partners, they only say we assess them. So what is your your approach towards these kind of plans?
Thank you for this question. I will give the floor, but just to remind you, if I'm wrong, Torsten, please correct me. The directive is telling that every 5 years you prepare the action plan, so it's a pretty long period of time for the next action plan. So it's difficult to assess how the action plan is useful, because from the logical point of view, the government can say we should wait 5 years when we will be preparing the next action plan. So this is just as about the wording of the directive. So please, Jan, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. I mean, first of all, we in our social dialogue unit, we are not, as we call internally, chef de file for the minimum wage directive. So it will be, so personally, I'm not involved in the process. I have not seen the action plan. I cannot give you a concrete answer, but I might give this feedback and maybe reply if a reply can be given on this, because it's an ongoing process. And indeed, as you mentioned, there will be, if member states don't do things correctly, there's the measure of the infringement. That is, of course, always a possibility. But I'm afraid I cannot concretely answer this right now. And the same goes with Dominic's question. I mean, I may be aware of something, but I'm not allowed to give you answers. And it's yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, and maybe one third point, maybe it was a misunderstanding that I sounded too rosy. Of course, there are huge challenges, the twin transition, and also the geopolitical and the trading issues. These are, of course, on everybody's minds, and I had no intention to diminish these challenges. And I think one can also read in the Commission products, for instance, in the Council recommendation, there's also the acknowledgement that the difficulty of organizing in when there is the world of work is changing. You have more the remote type of work and these kind of things, which makes also organizing and collective bargaining more difficult. This is totally acknowledged. This is there's no question about this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the second round of the question, clearly to the collective bargaining, I would like to start with industry all, and we are still in Central and Eastern Europe. And as we all know in this room, one of the big problem in Central and Eastern Europe is that if we have negotiation, they are on company level, and this is the visible lack of sectoral bargaining is something that we cannot deny. This is just simply a fact. Of course, it's very easy to explain why, from the, let's say, historical perspective, this company level is the most important one. In Central and Eastern Europe, this is simply the heritage of communist time, when the trade union were the transmission bell from the party to the working class, and not the object and subject of any kind of collective agreements. So how do you see this? How to improve the situation, not only in the sense that we want to increase the number of company collective agreement, but how to build the possibility to increase the number of sectoral collective agreement? What's our, let's say, scenario that industrial is seeing as a possible in Central and Eastern Europe to build sectoral collective agreements. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So maybe I can start by actually saying the same thing. We think it's essential to have also an enabling environment for this, and to have this enabling environment, it's essential to have a legal framework that is actually supportive to sectoral bargaining. When we had the minimum wage directive, again, for us, it was really like a big welcome, because after the years of following the financial crisis, when we had attacks against collective bargaining, right, there were all these recommendations to decentralize, etc. That was really not helping the situation. And in the country, like, so Romania was already mentioned before. Romania was a country where you had actually sectoral bargaining. Now, I don't know what's the situation in all the sectors, but the members in our sectors are really crying over the sectoral agreements that they lost. And they were mentioning that before they actually managed to have these hierarchies of wages inside their agreements, which were setting minimum pay for people that had specific qualifications. So when then they were going to negotiate at the company level, they were starting from these like minimum levels at sectoral level, and then they were going a step forward. And when this was lost, because sectoral bargaining was made impossible through the reform, we had, as a direct result, many workers being on the minimum wage because this disappeared. So it was actually it was a disaster in Romania in the industry. It also led to a massive drop in trade union density. I think the trade union density was somewhere around 25% before, and now it's at around 15%. So it had quite substantive results, and it really weakened the trade union movement. So again, legal framework really important. It's great that there was the reform following the minimum wage directive, but the reform is still not to the level that it was before. And it's still hard to have sectoral bargaining, even if there have been some positive steps taken. So just to say this, to be honest, when the directive was also adopted, we actually did a bit of a tour in Central and Eastern Europe to speak to our members there, to see what is the reality on the ground, to try to explain what the directive is about, what it's not about, what they can do about the action plans. And Torsten was with us in I think in actually all of the workshops, and we were in Poland with you also, Barbara, and with Slavomir. So actually the conclusions for us, being in all these countries, was that the main obstacles are actually, so the legal framework, then the employer's refusal to negotiate. In many cases, employers simply don't want to sit at the bargaining table. So to be very blunt, you would need to have an obligation to negotiate as you have it in many other countries. So why is it so outrageous and unthink about it to have this into consideration? You can do it in many ways. You can do it through social conditionality on public funding. You can do this social conditionality in public procurement. So there are ways to do it. And in the countries where you have a very high level of collective bargaining agreements, you have this obligation. The Nordic countries, I think France, there's also an obligation to negotiate. So yes, we need to pick this up. We have an example of a sectoral agreement also in the ceramic sector in the Czech Republic. And there, the employers are engaging in negotiations because they see the value of sectoral bargaining to protect the sector. So, but this is quite an exceptional situation. And then obviously the other obstacles are the discrimination that I mentioned before. That should be corrected also through especially a legal framework as well. The increase in yellow unions, we know that now we see in Germany unions emerging supported by far-right parties. So maybe we need to start engaging in these discussions as well. and capacity building. I think I will stop there for now.
Thank you. I see that Professor Kirov needs to leave, so that will be the time for him right now. I know that it's very difficult to speak about some factors that can really change and be a kind of the booster for social dialogue in Central and Eastern Europe. But from your perspective, a little bit more theoretical perspective, which rather simple change, simple basic change can be most helpful to kick start off social dialogue in Central and Eastern Europe. And why this one? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Barbara. Actually, I started already talking about these issues in my previous intervention. And of course, I think we should contextualize, because there are sectors where the situation can be particularly difficult, specifically important. Going to our three sectors under scrutiny in this project, what is important is to probably, I think that I see some ground for improvement, especially in the care and the central public administration. In two ways, care, more and more connection between the quality of service somehow and the quality of work. And here there is, I think, an open avenue for unions to be there. Very often, you see in many countries, this negotiation takes place together with municipalities that probably are not so hard players. And I like, actually, as I said previously, this idea about the small wins. There are other issues except than wages that will be much more difficult to fix in the short term. The union can bring related to work-life balance, relating to overtime, relating to some skills development, etc., etc. And in the central public administration, there should be probably some internal union, especially in those countries where unions are very fragmented. And this was actually clearly shown in the Bulgarian case. We have trade union members in the state administration that are in many different federations within the Confederation of Labour Podkrepa or within the CEECAW. And this is something, and they address very often the same type of problems, and even they are not aware of what's happening next door. For example, a nice agreement in the public employment service, but no agreement in the tax authorities or vice versa. So I see here an avenue for improvement through more trade union cooperation within the confederations, within the federation, and probably a push in order to overcome this fragmentation. Probably not, there are probably intermediate steps before merger, because for many historical reasons, some of these federations won't be interested to merge in the short term, but they can probably make some sort of exchange, take some joint causes, and yeah, probably improving their skills in order to find quickly these small wins. Thank you. So probably if there are some questions, I can take them now because I should be leaving in 3 minutes.
Okay, we understand that you need to leave. Thank you for your participation. Okay, so we have this question of the internal trade union policy, of the question of the how to build federation and what kind of the, let's say, solidarity. I mean, right now, solidarity in the sense of solidarity between the trade union is necessary to achieve goals. We already were speaking about the trade union, some trade union even supporting far right. So right now I would like Milos to ask you to elaborate a little bit about the collective bargaining policy in, as you said in the email, this broader geopolitical context, because we very often thinking about collective agreement mostly as from the perspective of working condition, higher wages or a longer holiday, but it's about democracy at work. It's about the voice. It's about information and consultation. It's so this is crucial from the general social perspective that democracy cannot stop at the gate of the workplace. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. And I framed this more in the context, in the sense that what is our narrative for the public services, and then why collective bargaining is there important, And that's what we at EPSU represent at the moment. That's what we argue for. But first, at the moment, the current context, the political and geopolitical context, we were just this morning in the macroeconomic dialogue also discussing this. So when it comes to the public services, we experience huge budget cuts in many of the European countries. We have fiscal rules which limit the budget spending from the member states, and that results in fiscal consolidation, which in the end results in the cuts to the public services. Yesterday, we saw a huge mobilization here in Belgium, which resulted actually in some results already last evening, as I understood, but which shows the extent how widely is that felt across the population. The police says 80,000, the union said up 140,000. So somewhere in between was the number of people on the protest. But it shows how widely this fiscal consolidation is felt, and this is especially felt in public services. At the same time, we have the discussion about competitiveness, about the productivity gap, how can we catch up with the global competitors. And this is all, of course, then shaped with the war in Ukraine, with the geopolitical instabilities, with the tariffs and so on. But in this process, we see that the public services are being hurt, are being cut, and being forgotten in this process. And that's actually what we want to raise and what we want to say. And basically, our message is that strong public services are essential, and they're essential for democracy, for social justice, and for managing the transitions. And in that process, collective bargaining is most important aspect to protect and create strong and resilient public services. So maybe to break this down, why are public services and collective bargaining important for democracy? First point is that basically regular people experience state, encounter the state through public services. That happens in the hospitals, in the care homes, in the schools. That's the first and most intense contact that people have with the state and with the public services. And then if that doesn't work, then people come to think of different solutions. They come to different ideas. They come to the ideas that the vaccines are maybe not the healthy thing. They come to the idea that Earth is flat and things like that. So what I'm trying to say that if the public services are eroded, the trust in society and the state is eroded, and that's what brings our societies to threat. And that's a big threat that we experience at the moment. And what is happening in public services is that they are being eroded by lack of funding, by lack of focus, by lack of interest in revitalizing the public services, and that we can see with the huge shortages that we face. We can see with the overtimes. We can see with a number of issues that we speak about, and that's where collective bargaining comes in. Basically, we need strong collective bargaining to strengthen the public services, and that doesn't mean only for the workers there, but also in the end for the people that we provide those services. And that's why collective bargaining is important, and then why it's important in the end for democracy, because part of the growing far right across Europe is certainly due to the lack the possibility to provide free, accessible, and affordable public services. We see this from our affiliates on the field. So that's one point. Second point is that often in this discussion, we are talking about new industrial policy. We need to catch up with the US, with China, and we from unions don't dispute this. This is quite clear what's going on a global level. But in this debate, one can't forget about the public services for two reasons. One reason is that public services, we need services to maintain, to create, to facilitate this kind of transition, this kind of industrial policy. We need commission who will outline the policy, but then we need national governments, we need people in the local and regional offices who will actually make sure that this is implemented, that this happens, that the rules are being respected. So strong public services, and here I talk also particular about public administration, is very crucial in making this happen. And I'm not talking only about catching up with US and China, but also about just transition and all the transitions that we face at the moment. So that's one point. And second point on this, I lost the line. So yeah. And second point here, no, that's my third point. Sorry, I lost my line. The third point is that social services are important for the social justice, are important to keep to reduce inequality. It's place where redistribution happens. So if we basically reduce the public services, if we cut there, we are really helping to increase the inequality, which has been clearly documented, is growing in the recent decades, and that poses a threat to the stability and the cohesion of our society. And yeah, I remember now, so when it comes to the public administration and industrial policy and transitions, we also need public services to ensure that there is a popular support both for the transitions and for the industrial policy, because huge, overwhelming industrial policy doesn't go without public support. So that's from my point. So this is I would say our outline, our plea for public services, basically in the current situation. Thanks.
Thank you for this broader picture of the role of the collective bargaining, the public services at the front line of the contact with the citizens and the trust, because this is the way how to build the trust. So, okay, the last question: what kind of the information or indicators or facts that can be provided by the social partners can be useful for the Commission? Because now is a huge, let's say, goal for the Commission to assess a lot of things, so assess progress, and how you are going to assess based on what factors. I know that is a difficult question, but you had it before. It's not a.
Yeah, no, I mean, undoubtedly we are living in many transitions now, and the world of work becomes more multifaceted than before, and that may also then be a challenge on some of the traditional indicators. Yeah, so it's clear then that the policy initiatives, they need to take this into account, and I think they do already. Yeah, but of course the social partners, as they are the closest to the world of work, should should bring their findings and their information from the ground to the policy making. I think that's very clear. So there is evidence-based policy making, and you are a key provider for this evidence, I would say. Yeah. So I don't think I can give you right now exactly the toolbox for these indicators, but we have also heard from
from professor from Bulgaria that there is work not only on quantitative but also qualitative indicators. So I think these informations are very valuable to refine the policy making. Yeah. So yeah, I think I have to leave it there. But maybe just to give you one example, I mean we have this quality jobs roadmap, and then subsequently there will be the Quality Jobs Act. So there will be consultations going out to the social partners. So I think you can already reflect. I think these consultations will now come very soon. So I think you can already reflect about the type of input that you would like to give from the social partners angle. And I mean, there are a number of initiatives. There's already now the initiative on the right to disconnect. I think that's already open for consultation, and then there will very soon be the one on the Quality Jobs Act, where I cannot tell you, and I also don't know what exactly will be in the package, but there will be certainly elements of high interest to social partners, such as, for instance, health and safety issues, and potentially also the right to disconnect. So I think it's in final stages of discussion. I cannot anticipate what will come out, but I can only encourage you to make full use of these consultation windows. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We know that it's a lot of ahead of us, quality jobs package. Maybe there will be directive on the right to disconnect, as we know that this is what the trade union movement is expecting. You make this question open, but there's many other, let's say, process going on. We have European Pillar of Social Right, and we need a next action plan for the European Pillar of Social Right. And this is really looking in this longer term perspective, not only short term perspective. So thank you very much, all the participants of this panel. Somehow we are nearly at the end of our meeting. So, according to agenda, Milos, if you want to sum up and say a couple of words at the end, if you wish, and that will be it about today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I can just shortly say, first of all, to what I outlined before in my first intervention, to explain why we find this research very valuable as a conclusion, and we really find it valuable and complementary to the efforts that we are doing on organizing. So we have a strong organizing drive there, and now with this research, which is very extensive, which covers 12 countries, this really plays well with our organizing drive, that now we have a much better overview of the situation on the collective bargaining in the region, and then also on the practical steps and tools that we can use and how to go forward. And this is something that our organizing team will use in one hand to advance both organizing and collective bargaining, but also that's what we are going to use in our work with the affiliates now to provide this set of guidelines, to further discuss with them, but also try to get to get to some common goals. Because for us, from the European level, it's not we don't coordinate on the collective bargaining across Europe, and it's not always easy. But this kind of research papers, research documents which show best practices help us in a way to go in this direction. And I think this project is very valuable in that regard. And I want to thank all the researchers that were involved in this, that drafted the papers. We have both descriptive and also policy advice on this, which is very valuable. Also, There was a number of unions that were involved in this, both in the research, but later in the discussion and in our boost workshops, which also provided extra inputs that we have taken on board and that we will further work on. So it provided us with a plenty of information, plenty of data, and then set of recommendations that we can use. So I'm really grateful and thankful for this project, for the research, and also the involvement of the unions. So, and at the moment, we are also a bit awaiting the court ruling in a way. But despite that, we still continue our efforts with unions to implement the national plans, to argue for them, and basically, even if it gets annulled, we still have done work and we still have our demand that we are going to pose and coordinate with the unions. So with all that, I just want to thank also the Janine who helped us in organizing this, and all the colleagues that helped in making this happen. So thank you, and I think I'll see you soon in similar discussions and continuation of this.